What's up, y'all? My name is Lady Di, and I'm a wife mentor.
And I am Precious, the host of The Real Precious. And welcome
Welcome
to our
to
calling show, right?
our show. All right, you guys. So thanks for being here. I know I'm extra loud, but
Am I
yes, huh?
loud? Does it
Yeah,
sound okay?
you
Okay.
sound good. Yes, thanks for being here. So tonight's topic is very interesting. Whew,
Mhm.
we heard like it was a video, and this lady explained that she wants to cancel co-parenting.
Crazy. How are we going to do that?
How do
How are we
you
going to
do that?
I'm
Why is
telling you, what
that?
is this be? I feel like sometimes there should just be an island that women who just want to just do their own thing, go ahead and raise their own kids and don't need no man. They should just fly away to a special island just so they're apart
Yeah,
and far.
I agree. I don't know why women want to cancel the father, because that's what she's basically saying. You laid up with the man, and now all of a sudden you don't want to be with this man. Okay, which I'm not really into that, but okay, that's the choice. But when it comes to the kid, that child has a father whether you like it or not, and I want to understand, why do we got to cancel that man?
It makes no sense, but we're gonna try and see what they gotta say. It to us it makes no sense, but
If you guys agree with canceling co-parent, put a 1 in the chat. If you disagree, put a 2 in the chat. We want to hear y'all thoughts, okay? Because so let's break it down. Let's be honest. So we do know co-parenting for some people is very challenging, especially the ones who make it hard. They make it hard for the other person to even try to be, in a good dealings with each other. Everybody's always arguing. So I understand the fact that maybe you're like, you know what? I don't want to deal with you no more. We can't even make sound decisions on being a parent for the child. So how about we just eliminate one of you? Right? Because this is not the first time. It's just that she put it out there and said cancel it. But honestly, how many people are just like, no, I don't want you involved into my child's life? That's basically what she's saying at all.
between the young women, when I say young, I mean just young and reckless, between them and the older women who freezing their eggs because they just don't know if it's going to ever happen for them as far as the family unit. So I think it's on both ends. We're going to talk about one end of the spectrum tonight. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's happening.
but before we get into that, let's say what's up to the chat. We have Jeff Shorts.
Hey,
Thanks for
Jeff.
being here. It says, hey, my first time catching a live stream. We appreciate that. And we got Tay Biz TV. What's up?
Good evening to you.
Thanks for helping us out, letting us know that we sound good. We have Misery Loves Company. Hey, what's up?
Hola, hola.
All right. And we also have Jeff Short that says that put a 2. And 2 means no.
They want to keep co-parenting. Yes.
Yes, keep co-parenting. Exactly. All right. So before we get into the actual topic, let's do a little warm-up video.
So I told my girl to book our flight.
It says, what are you doing in this situation? He asked his girl to book them a flight to Mexico, and she did this. So let's see what she did.
Here she is in first class. Here I am going to the back. Told him booking for Mexico, man. Still going. 14, 15, excuse me, 20.
Apparently, she's sitting up in the front, and he's counting the rows to see where he's going.
25,
California.
27, 30, 32. 32F. Here we are. Thank you so much. At least it's a window seat. You know what I'm saying?
Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Bless his lovely heart. He said, at least it's a window seat.
So, okay. Wow. Like, very positive. Very positive. I'm trying to understand why he's so, I guess so he won't go off. Because he's already on the plane. They probably spent a lot of money. And at this point, it's like, I'm gonna deal with her when we get to the island. I hope she comes back.
Bless his heart. That's all I gotta say is bless his heart, because as he kept counting and kept counting and kept counting, and then we see he back by the restrooms. Okay, when people standing in line and gotta pee, they looking at him snoring or doing whatever he gotta do. Like you said, he was positive, and you know, who knows, maybe it was a situation where, you know, I don't know, I don't know. I really don't know what the situation was, but what we see is that she's in the front of the plane and he's in the back of the plane, and it makes you wonder, why wasn't he next to you? What was the situation? There has to be a good explanation for this.
That's like saying, why did they rob from the bank? So the situation would be they broke and they need some money, right? But that's not good to just be stealing. Okay, so what is, like, for real, what can she possibly say? Because I didn't want to, but then the fact that she didn't let him know, that's what I'm saying. Like, oops, I'm sorry, babe. You know, I booked the wrong seat. Obviously, that wasn't it.
That's what did she book the one flight and then booked another flight later? Like, was it ever together? Were they? Look, I can't wrap my head around this stupidity. Because I can't see someone purposely doing, like, why would a woman purposely do that? Why would she purposely? Did they not have enough money for both of them to be in first class? And he said, you know what? You take the luxurious experience. I'll go back to 32E. I don't know. Like,
it sounds like
she didn't even show her face in the camera when he said she up here in first class. She was already sipping on this wine and eating an hors d'oeuvre trial. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't.
I do know we as individuals, women especially, are petty. So what if he did something to piss her off and she wanted to get back at him? So there you go. You're gonna sit in the back. You know, who knows? We don't know. Mystery Loves Company asks, did she use his money?
Probably.
That's a big factor.
It's their money. It's their money.
It's their money. Average Man, what's up? Thanks for being here. Yeah, like, wow. I don't know. So for the guys that's in the chat, or even the ladies, we got Take Heed in the building. What's up?
Hola.
Please hit the like and subscribe button, you guys. Thanks for that. But yeah, Take Heed. Like, what do you think about this? Was she tripping or not? Guys, what would you do if that was your lady? And it's too late. You guys are already on the plane. Are you going to get off the plane and just lose your money? Or what you going to do? Because obviously you can't cause a scene, right? Because then it's going to look like your guys are fighting, and you know how that goes. So what would you do? But honestly, I think it was more of a petty situation. She wanted to get back at him, and that's the best way to do it. Sit your ass in the back, you know? But what I don't like is that we have to be petty and do a get back and have that revengeful mindset. Mm-hmm. I don't care what that man did to you. Don't do it back. If it's something bad, walk away. If it's something that you could deal with, keep your mouth closed. If you can't talk about it, don't say nothing. So
I just think it's juvenile. Like, that's why I can't wrap my head around it, because in my mind, I'm like, there has to be a valid reason. But like you're saying, there are some women who don't need a valid reason. There are some women who are juvenile. There are some women who just aren't mature enough to keep it moving. And when I say keep it moving, meaning I'm not going to hold this against you. Like, yes, it happened. We may have, had a couple of nights where we weren't speaking together or whatever the case may be. But some women like to hold it over your head as if they're using that to control you. They're using something to control you. And I don't know. I just don't have that mindset. It's either you just gonna move on or you're gonna get past it. Like it's as simple as that. And I don't think that a lot of women know how to get past things because they don't know how to let go of things. They don't know how to learn new things. They don't know how to let go of bad patterns, toxic patterns. They know, let me just throw it on him one more time. We'll be over this argument. We gonna be in Mexico soon. He'll get over it. Like, no, how you start is how you finish. Look how they're starting the trip. You all the way in the front of I can't even be like, look at that cloud over there. Don't it look like you know what I mean? Like you starting out your trip already in separation.
Right.
It has to be. If there's no valid reason for it, it's just uncalled for. I don't. And he just seems like the type of man that is. I don't want to say that he's passive. I don't know the man. I don't know the woman. But for him, like you said, for him to be positive and say, well, at least it's a window seat. In my mind, says two things: either there was a valid reason why he was sitting all the way in the back, or two, he knows the woman that he's with. And he's like, I'm not going to make a big stink over this because I know that it may ruin the trip. But for women don't think that like that. They're not thinking like, okay, big picture, trip, little picture, I tripped over a pair of shoes when I got in the house before we left for the airport or whatever. Like that's little picture. Big picture, trip. Big picture, let's have a good time. Let's make memories. Let's make this unforgettable. But little picture, don't make it to big picture a lot of times when it comes to women.
We just have to do a better job communicating. Like being married, I learned a lot about other married people. Like it's like when you get married, it unlocks like the married drama, right? Because you have your wife friends that would just, oh my gosh, this, that, complaining. Not all wives complain, but the ones that do. And you hear that people just don't know how to communicate. Like the fact that your husband don't know certain things on a day-to-day basis. For example, me and my husband, we know pretty much everything. Now, I wouldn't say everything like, let's say me and him are not together, right? He's on this side of the world, I'm on that side of the world, right? He go, okay, let's say he wants to buy some food for himself. He don't bring me no food. He ate it in the car. He don't got to tell me that. This is petty stuff. It's real. It's stupid, but I'm just giving an example. That's stupid stuff. That's stupid stuff. But then it'd be like serious things they don't know about. Like if you're planning a trip and you don't tell your man, hey, your husband, hey, this is what I would like to do. This is what I'm planning to do. Do you want to come? Do you mind if I go? See these questions that's like triggering for people. I'm not asking him for permission, but y'all got to be on one accord though. You have to have these conversations, and it seems like people don't want to have these conversations, so they decide not to have them. Right. But what the issue I've seen is lack of communication. No one knows nothing. They're assuming, and it's kind of like they're blindsided. So I wouldn't put it past her. This is what most people and couples, I don't know why people are so afraid to talk and express their feelings, say what they want, say what they feel. Why is it that you have to go hide it? Oh, I don't think he's going to like it. It don't matter what he not going to like. You need to go ahead and explain it. And because men, why are men so too afraid to express what their masculine, how they really feel. Tell these women.
I think sometimes, there is a saying that it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? But yeah, people don't be asking for forgiveness either. They just go ahead and just they just go ahead and do it and don't even care about forgiveness. It's just like, I'm gonna just do what I want to do and you're gonna be okay with it. I don't know. I think that a lot of people, like I always say that some women are afraid of being the letdowners, right? If they feel a certain type of way, let's just go right to it. Let's just go to sex, right? A woman is not going to tell a man that she don't like sex, like the sex that he giving her. Ooh. She's not going to say it to him. What she's going to do is go get another man that's going to do it the right way without her saying it. And that's not how you handle the situation, right? Yeah. And that's a huge issue. So let's get down to a very small issue. Oh, well, I don't know. You rearranged everything and you don't tell him. I remember watching what was it? Insecure, and they weren't together, but they were friends. She rearranged the man's whole kitchen. Something very small. You don't have to tell him. But at the end of the day, if he go looking for a cup and go in the cabinet with the plates, you like, okay, you could have told me you moved the cups. Like, you see me going in here. So it's like, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to notify you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to make sure that you're privy to it. The only time I think that you should do that, honestly, is when you have said what it is and somebody is not, someone is not coming. You're not coming to a happy ground about things. Meaning, I've told you this is my boundary, or I've told you that this is something that can't fly with me. And if this is something that you can't stick to, then I'm sorry. Like I've told you a few times. So I'm not going to keep repeating myself. But when you're in a relationship with somebody and you're, in a union with someone and you're becoming one with somebody, though, you're going to have conversations. You're going to have times where you're just going to have those tough talks.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to have those tough talks. And I'm an advocate of being hot, honest, open, and transparent. Right. So there are people that can be honest, but there are people who can't be transparent. There are people who can't be open. There are some people who can't be honest. Like, you know what I mean? So you have to get to a place where, okay, I'm honest. Yes, this is what happened. Transparent. This is how I did it. I raw dogged her. I ain't use no condom. That's transparent. Okay. But like, that's transparent. Like the things that you are scared to tell the other person, the things that you feel like that other person should be liable to hurt you over, you have to say those things. So that's the only way you're going to grow with someone. But if you're not willing to say those things, oh, you ain't got to pet me. You don't got to pet me and make me feel good. No, tell me the real. If you can't tell me the real, we don't have a real relationship. And I think that's the issue. I think people don't have real relationships because they don't want to tell the other person what's really going on. It's just like, I'll tell you enough to keep you around. And because since you still around, if you ain't getting the picture, that's your fault. It's like, no, you ain't even saying nothing. What you mean?
But I think it's that, and then it's kind of like, for me, like when I was dating James, my husband or whatever, he got honesty from the beginning. And the reason why is because I'm not about to walk around holding secrets. Because if I gotta hold this damn secret, as long as we're gonna be together, however long that's gonna be, of course I didn't know at the time. All right. But I'm not doing that. I'm about to walk around being free, being so like secure in myself because I was honest with you. I could walk around and be myself. I don't have to fake and lie the rest of my life if I'm with you the rest of my life. I don't like living like that. To me, that's fearful. Just like when I was younger, you know how, let's say teenager, when you know better, right? You know how you're at your parents' house and you think about, damn, should I do this or not? Because you don't want them to find out right?
Mhm.
But then it's not even finding out. You don't want to do it so they won't find nothing out because they could take things from you. So if you
Mhm.
were the child that got a car when you were in high school, you ain't driving your car for the next month,
That
right?
wasn't
Because
me.
you
That
did something.
wasn't me.
It wasn't me either. It
That wasn't me.
wasn't me. I got a car after high school, but there's a lot of kids that had cars in high school.
They sure did. They sure did. They had them co-op.
If you did something stupid, your parents be like, you ain't gonna drive for the rest of the year or whatever. You don't want to get your phone taken away. You want to have access to go out on the weekends with your friends. These are the things I think about. So guess what I didn't do? I ain't do no fuck shit. I ain't do nothing crazy. Why? Because I want to live peacefully. So I took that same opportunity to, when I found the man of my dreams, then I was like, you know what? You're going to get all of me, all of this honesty, right? And I think that, like you were saying, I think people are just fearful to do that. And
Yeah.
you don't need to be fearful. It is better to live in honesty and have peace than to live in lies, because you're going to be running for the rest of your life. I want to walk. I want to chill.
Yeah, people be thinking they running the lies and the lies be running them. Like the lie is running you. You're not running the lie. The lie is running you. You're not getting no sleep. You look crazy. You ain't been eating. You can't even form a sentence without thinking about the lie. Like the lie runs.
Yeah.
And my mom always used to tell me when I was younger, you tell one lie, you tell another lie, you got to remember all the lies you done told. You got to remember all those lies. Okay. And a lot of people can't remember all their lies. They know that they lying to you, though. They know that they're manipulating you. But instead of telling you the truth, they'd rather lie to keep you around. And it's like, tell the truth. Like they said, the truth will set you free. The truth is very freeing. The truth is very freeing, because then you weed out who for you, who not for you.
There we go. They didn't even get to the bigger picture.
Right. When somebody's lying to you, they trying to keep you around for their gain. And women and men, but women need to realize that. Like you have to realize that. Men need to realize it too, because women will lie to you up to your face and you won't even know the difference. You won't even know the difference. I was watching a Kendra G show and this woman said she was divorced, all this good stuff. Her husband, tuned in and was like, no, she was lying to y'all. She was lying to y'all. Okay, so you have to live in honesty and in truth. And honestly, it's for you more than anybody else. It's you who got to look yourself in the mirror. It's you who have to go through them health issues because you won't set the truth free and it's making you rot inside. It's you. It's not the other person. So you think you lying to somebody, the lie is running you. You're not running the lie.
You become the lie eventually. What's up, Mandrell? How you doing? Thanks for showing up. Yeah, you run. Minalik, what's up? How are you?
Why would she fly first class and let her husband fly economy? So much for 50-50.
Here we go. What's up, world class?
Class.
And we have Rashard. Hey, how are you? Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So, yeah. Let's get into the rest of the top. Communication goes. Make sure you are honest with your soon-to-be husband, wife, or whatever it is you guys want to do today. Just be honest with each other. Stop holding each other back from each other. You have to be free, and you have to make sure that you come with lies, because when they start lying to you, right, and things start happening, you're going to be upset like everybody would. Why you didn't tell me this? Okay, you don't want it to happen to you, so don't do it to them. Y'all got to think about both parties. All right.
Court.
All right, so we have an Indianapolis mother walks free after admitting to smothering her 2-month-old baby to death between 2 couch cushions while high on that thing. So today's topic is about parenting, co-parenting.
Accordingly enters judgment of not guilty, reluctantly. I do hope that you will take the opportunity to get the counseling that you need, to get the counseling for the children that you need. that you learn from this behavior, and hopefully the rest of the community learns from this behavior.
I'm glad that he brought the community into his speech, because it's too late for her. Like, it's done. You can't get the child back for your mistake. But for everybody else's awareness, get off that stuff. If you're hurting that bad, find other ways to cope, because all that's going to do is put you back into that deep, dark, space in your mind. That's not helping you. And then you're going to hurt others. Not that they even care about that, obviously. So why did I even say it? Y'all don't even care about the other people. But you're hurting yourself. You already was hurt, but you're hurting yourself even more. Get off that stuff. And then you out there having babies. Why are we having babies recklessly? And she got other kids. So this is just one of them. Okay. And if you're going to do that stuff, why the hell the baby with you? That's another thing.
Child, you ever seen Losing Isaiah? You ever seen that movie with Halle Berry?
Yes.
Losing Isaiah? When she put him, pretty much in the trash and didn't even remember she was so high. She went to go put him in the trash. Next morning, she woke up in the crack house. Like, oh, snap. What do I do with the baby? The trash guy had to hear the baby crying for him to realize that they was about to crush him in that truck.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, when you're on, so my biological mother was a drug addict. So this could have easily been me.
Mm-hmm.
This story could easily been about me, or
it could have been you and you didn't even know. Meaning, like, this has happened and you were just saved. You never know.
Don't even know, right? So one thing about drug addicts, they get pregnant easily and they don't know that they're pregnant because they are taking so many drugs or whatever drug of choice it is for whoever. So they get pregnant easily. They sometimes don't even realize that they're pregnant because they're just so high. So for her to have this 2-month-old baby, my question would be, where is everyone else?
Right.
Where is the father? Like, because I know, when you get adopted, they give you these things called life books. And my life book, this is what it says. I don't know how true it is, but they say that they try to give the mother a chance at parenting, which means they give her a homemaker. They'll have someone come in to help her take care of the child. So if she has other children and she was on drugs before, then she probably is in the system. You know what I mean? So is no one, the baby's 2 months. She left the hospital. And if she's on meth, was she on meth when she had the baby? Do the baby got drugs in the system? Like, it's a lot of questions that I would have, because now they're having her walk free. I wonder what her medical records said when she had the baby. Because usually they take the baby from you when you have drugs in your system, or they will see how you do with the homemaker or someone, coming and checking. But it's 2024 now. I don't know what goes on. I don't know.
But one thing I do know is that when you claim like that mental illness, effect, you actually kind of get saved. Because what they do then is they just put you in a psych ward. And a psych ward cannot hold you for no year. What they're supposed to do is they're supposed to take you in, treat you, and send you back to wherever it is that you came from. So if you came from your parents' house, that's where you would go. Or you'll go to a place where they're like, okay, you don't want to stay there. Where do you want to go? Sometimes they'll help house you, and then they'll put you on disability or some type of, space where you could receive funds. So when they start claiming that I have a mental it's just a wrap. So she could have got off for those type of statements. And if she has a lawyer, these are the things that they tell them to say. Obviously, but to be real, if she's on that, obviously there is something mental going on. Because if she wasn't on it, then would she have, done that? Probably not. So it's kind of like there's times where you have to figure out what is the reason why. Let me go help. It's like they want to help her instead of putting her in jail. So I feel like when you have a conscious mind, then they put you more, okay, you're going to go to jail and you're going to serve your time. But anyone who's not conscious or at all, they get a pass. And it's sad, but that's just how it goes.
Yeah, she definitely should be in jail. And then get her help while she's in jail. She already gonna go through withdrawals. It's already gonna be bad for her. So lock her up, because that's what justice should call for you smothering a 2-month-old and killing a baby. But either way, she's never. You said that you're saved when you go to a psych ward.
Yeah, they just treat
She's never
you.
going to be saved. See, these things like this don't leave you. She's never going to be saved. No, you know what I mean? She's never going to be able to, and it's just unfortunate that a child had to die. But, and I'm not saying that she'll never forgive herself, but she'll never be the same. She may even go harder on the drugs. She may go the other way and give her life to Jesus. Who knows? But either way, she knows what she did. You know what I mean? She knows what she did. And she has other children too. So they're going to also be a constant reminder that, one of them not here because of my negligence, because of me being reckless. So she'll never live that down within herself.
It's just so sad, because it's like, dang, take all the kids away from her because she's not a good parent, right? But then imagine one kid is gone forever and the other ones are gone temporarily. I don't know. It's just weird. So since the topic is co-parents, and where the other parent at? Like you asked earlier, where are the supporting members? Because even though the child has a father, let's say the father is not active. Okay, but that father has a mother, and that father should have a father, right? So that causes the grandparents. They have aunties, uncles, somebody. You were just saying you had a kid with somebody you don't know, and they don't know that you were pregnant for 9 months, or at a healthy birth age, and you had that child, and now the child is 2 months and they still don't know. You just had the baby by yourself, because some people do that. I don't think that's a mass majority, but people are doing that. They're having kids by themselves. Nobody knows. Okay, but what about your family? You have no support system. Nobody knows to help you. Where's the babysitter?
Unfortunately, she's in that life. Like I have family members that's in that life. I have on my biological side. I've tried to help a family member still in that life.
Yeah.
That nobody wants to help them. Nobody wants to be around them. Nobody wants to trust them, because they have found themselves untrustworthy at every turn they get. And every time they say that they're going to do better or they going to do it, like they don't. So nobody trusts them. Nobody wants them around. Who knows if she knows who the child's father is. That's another symptom of being in that life. That's another symptom of doing what you want to do and not really taking a hold of your life. You trying to take the easy way out of here. It's easy for folks to it would be easy for people to turn to hard drugs and have their life go to nothing and not be a productive citizen in society. It'd be easy not to have to pay no bills and be sleeping on whoever couch and getting money from whoever and sleeping with whoever to buy some sneakers, to buy a wig. It's easy to do that. It's easy to do that. It's easy to do that. They don't want to do the thing of clean their life up and be held accountable for their actions, and actually have to go to work on a daily basis and know what it is to grind.
Yeah.
It's too easy for drug addicts to live the lifestyle that they live. I know some drug addicts, they got more sneakers than me.
Yeah, they
sneakers. Where you getting all this? but they finding a way. And it's crazy because they put the energy into that, but don't put the energy into what they truly could be, or what they really, what they should. She got other kids. She should be focusing on her other kids. Why are you not focusing on your other kids?
Some people don't want to be parents. They just have them.
Yeah. And then something like this happens. You're smothering a 2-month-old because you so high that you don't realize what you're doing. So it's sad, but that's their lifestyle. And it's something that we won't be able to necessarily understand, because the drug, the monster, the devil, that spirit hasn't captured us like that.
Yeah, not in that way.
we wake up like, oh, we gotta work, we gotta go to work. We, gotta handle responsibilities, gotta cook, gotta clean. They wake up like, we're my next hit.
Yeah, like that's the only part of life they have. And like you said, I gotta clean, and what my kids gonna eat today. Like that's kind of where people need to be heading, but they're not. They're suffering for her to even be on.
It's sad. It's sad. And when they say that you can't, you can't change someone's mind like that, you can't. They have to do it all on their own. You can aid them and aid them and aid them, but at the end of the day, it's them that are, making those decisions. And yeah, I think a lot of them need the help. They want the help, but some of them, the drug got them too strong to do it on their own. And then when you try to get them help, they leave the agencies and the facilities and the places where you have set up for them to be. And it's just sad. It's just sad. I thank God daily for my parents. I thank God daily for my parents, because I don't know where I would be if I didn't get adopted.
Wow. It's just sad. So we basically, we just have to look at our life a little bit more. We all go through things, but it shouldn't result into that. So we just have to figure out how to find help. I think that's what's going on. We don't know how to find help, but we know how to find drugs. We know how to find alcohol. We know how to find a man to have a baby. It seems like those are the easiest things to get these days. And it's like, no, don't do that. But you guys, we are doing the call-in show right now. So if you are available, definitely call in, you guys. The phone is ready. Thanks for everyone who are in the building. We have Christopher Sterling. Hey, what's up? We have Lost Again. Thanks for being here. We have Brianna Williams. Hey, Brianna.
Hola.
Hey, Marcus is here. Thank you so much. Definitely try to follow what he's saying. Like and share. Subscribe to both channels. Thank you. So yeah, definitely. So you guys could call in right there at that number, but we're going to proceed on with the show. Definitely when you call in about the actual topic. And share your thoughts if you're going through something like that about, as far as parenting and co-parenting, how has that been for you? Do you have any questions you would like to ask? Because I have a stepson, so we have a co-parenting situation over here, and so does Precious. So, we can help give some insight on that.
You cannot.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, definitely call in. The lines are open.
Yep.
Go out and party on the weekend and be with children.
Lakeisha Williams was arrested around.
Another one. Mom left her 6 and 8-year-old kids home alone to go on a cruise.
On a cruise?
Monitored kids via webcam and cell phone. So y'all know that FaceTime and Google Duo, they even got IG calling. She watching her kids on her phone.
First of all, you on a cruise, girl. What you got, the international plan? What? This can't be real. This can't be real.
Let's see what else they got to say.
5:30 tonight here at her luxury apartment building in the Memorial area. According to Precinct 5, the mother flew to Miami last Thursday to catch a cruise to Puerto Rico, leaving her young children home alone for 5 days. And it would have been longer had neighbors not been paying attention.
Wait, 5 days though? And they're
Put her
not
in. She went to
teenagers.
jail. First, she went to jail. Is it? I don't see that in there.
From all-you-can-eat buffets aboard a cruise ship to the back of a Precinct 5 patrol car, Lakeisha Woods Williams is accused of abandoning her children. The 29-year-old mother was taken to jail tonight. The details of the allegations, almost hard to believe.
So that don't even make sense right there.
According to court records, neighbors at Williams' luxury high-rise apartment building, the McKinley, sounded the alarm. They said they saw the mother of 2 children leave with luggage and bags last Thursday, April 4th, and never return. On Tuesday, deputy constables with Precinct 5 responded to a welfare check at her apartment and found her 8-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter home alone. The unit smelled of urine, records state, and was in disarray with trash and leftover food strewn about. And they told the deputies their mother had left to go on vacation on a cruise.
But she's treating them like a dog. And even dogs got people that come and watch them. Dog sitters. They even got house sitters. So I'm trying to understand. You got money to go on vacation to Puerto Rico, but you don't have money for someone to watch your kids? Co-parenting, here we go. Where's the dad? Oh, you probably don't want him around. Like, are we doing this?
Children were definitely left unattended for many days and put in serious harm's way.
Williams is charged with abandoning her children with intent to return. Deputies did find a web camera and cell phone that the children said.
All right.
Sometimes I'll be wanting to do reaction videos to these on Instagram and things of that nature, but then I'll be like, the stupidity is at an all-time high. Like, I don't even know what I would say about this, because at the end of the day, how old is the girl? She sounds like a child trying to raise children, because your priorities are your 2 children. Your priorities are your children. So how did Miami become your priority? And if you are going to plan Miami, why don't you have someone to watch your children? What made you think that it was okay to leave them at home for 5 days? I wouldn't leave a child in the house alone for an hour, honestly. And I know y'all, look, I grew up, my parents were strict. Okay, so I got that in my blood because that's how I grew up. And I always wondered why my parents were so freaking strict. I always wondered. And now, being the woman that I am, I understand. We have a caller.
What is the name? Who we got?
I believe I know who this is. We will have them introduce themselves. Good evening. You are now live on our show. Introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, this is Mandrell.
It's Mandrell.
Mandrell, what's up?
Hello, ladies. I'm all right.
How are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for calling in. Before you continue, I just want to make sure that everyone can hear you. So can you guys hear? Can you hear him, Lady Di?
Yes.
Someone in the chat if you can hear Mandrell, our caller. All right. So go ahead, Mandrell. Thank you so much for calling. What would you like to add to the conversation?
2 questions. One, when do you know? Because obviously, like, when it comes to situations like this, I'm not completely cold-hearted. I do understand the person's situation. They get hooked on drugs for whatever reason, and taking drugs can be an extremely difficult task, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at what point do you say, okay, I'm with this, I can't help you? Because I get to that place pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know people who got on drugs, some brothers in arms who are veterans who got on drugs, unfortunately, for various reasons. And you try to help and try to help and try to help, but it's like, it's just going nowhere. You know, so I always wonder, was I wrong for just throwing in the towel? You know, for me, it was seen so easily done. But, you know, what do you guys think? Like, how do you know when enough is enough?
When enough is enough. I mean, because
can you say the issue real quick on what he said? It was breaking up.
he's saying, or he's asking, how do you know when it comes to someone who is involved with drugs, or who has a drug addiction? How do you know when enough is enough? And
helping them,
and right, when you're helping them.
Mm-hmm.
And simply, like I said, when enough is enough. The thing with that situation is that they don't have anything they're not pouring into you. You're doing all the pouring, right? So when you go into a situation like that, you know that you're doing all the pouring in it, and you can't go into a situation like that thinking that you are going to save them, because you're not even the spirit that's inside of them. Like you didn't make that spirit. You didn't, it's not of you. So you're not even the person that's going to be able to save them, even though you may be helping them. And so, in my opinion, enough is enough when you don't have any more to pour, because at the end of the day, we're not licensed professionals to deal with people like this. You're doing this out of the kindness of your heart. You're doing this because you don't want to see your fellow, soldier, brother, whoever it is, just throw their life away. But I think a lot of times when it comes to people who are addicted to drugs, the people that are around them, the people that care for them, the people who are dealing with them on a daily basis or know them from, childhood, whatever the case may be, you're seeing something different than what they're seeing. They're not seeing, they're not seeing hope. They're not seeing a future. They're not seeing positivity. They're seeing despair. They're seeing depression. They're seeing, that drug spirit is an evil spirit. It's very dark. So they're not seeing the light like you're seeing the light. Your light is trying to get them out of the darkness. Okay, your light is trying to get them out of the darkness. And while light does cast out darkness, that's God's light. So not even my light can cast out the demon spirit of a drug inside of somebody. We would be very arrogant to think that we can do that all on our own, and we can't.
And the thing is, you learn from that. Like, I actually have experience with this of a family member of mine, where for years, it was something traumatic that happened, though. So I always want to say, if you don't know what happened, you need to find out. But if you do, because this is a family member and you know the life that this person has been living, you have to take that into consideration and maybe try to pinpoint the depression, because some of them are depressed, and they're depressed because of what happened to them. So you pinpoint that, figure out how to help them in that way. But then if that doesn't work, then yes, you have to see, like, for me, I had to find out, what does my family member like to do? What is something that motivates them? And when I found out what motivates them, I used to promote and help motivate them to do the things that motivate them. Because some of them, they get trapped in their mind to just do, I want to get high. I want to, do all these harmful things. But you got to get their mindset on happiness, because they're not happy doing that, even if they seem like it. So you get their mindset on happiness, and then you start to probably see that shift. So for me, I was able to get my family member to find their happiness. But then guess how long that lasted? It only lasted about 2 years. After the second year, they went right back. What happened?
That's a long time.
It was. And they achieved a lot. But after those 2 years, guess what happened? They went right back into their depression, really. And it got worse. So when I knew that it was enough, it was about a 5-year period of helping this person consistently, right? I was not giving up. But when I found that enough was when I received a call from this person, and they sounded like the devil took over their mind. Literally, the person said, "I'm Satan." And he was saying that he got hypnotized and all of this stuff. He got into the wrong crowd. So with this knowing this information, I was like, oh, he's lost. Like his mind is not even in his brain. That's how I knew enough was enough, because I couldn't help him no more. He was gone. So that's for me. You have to know, and I always say people need to learn more about mental health. You have to understand mental health in its phases. When that person is gone, there's nothing you could do for them. Only, like Precious said earlier, is a professional, and all they do is give them medication. So they're not really helping them either.
You're right. That's it. Because, like I was mentioning veterans, some brothers that are of mine, these are guys I served with, fought alongside with. You know what I mean? I saved their lives, some of them, and some of them saved mine. I literally would not be here if it weren't for them, right? And so when I sent it to the VA, the complaint, not only with them, but myself and other veterans, is that, okay, this isn't helping. Like, the only thing you do is throw medicine at me and have me sit in a meeting, and you're not asking me anything about me. Like, you don't care. The sentiment of veterans when it comes to mental health. There is no real treatment, So, of course, what you do is you try to help, but I can only do so much. You know what I mean? And I'm only willing to go so far with it. But you feel bad once you tell them, hey, that's all I can do. And they're nowhere near getting out of the situation. And you kind of feel bad about it. So, that's what I was asking. When do you know enough is enough? Because again, there's only so much you can do. And you get tired of people calling you, asking you for money. That gets old quick.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're the one doing the pouring. You have to, you definitely have to go into it realizing that you ain't gonna get nothing out of it. You know what I mean? And not to say that you should help people to get something out of it. But even the joy of seeing someone doing better is something that you can get out of it, right? And you realize that even when that occurs, that doesn't occur in bouts of time where you can really enjoy it. Like Lady Di said, it's like, okay, after a year, they went back to doing what they were doing, right? And there is no remorse. There is no, I'm sorry. What there is a lot of manipulation, actually. That's what I do see a lot when it comes to people who are addicted to drugs, because they're going to say anything. They're going to, express anything to get you to do what they need you to do so they can do what they want to do. Right. So they're not going to knock on your door all night long for you to take them to a facility, but they'll knock on your door all night long for about $10, $15. They'll knock on your door. They'll do that. So, you just have to realize that you're not a everlasting well that's going to never run dry. And in a situation like that, you do find yourself being drained. You find yourself, trying to help a person that can't help themselves. And honestly, like I said, you then kind of move from a human role to a God role, and that ain't our role. Look, I'm gonna let God be God, because I can't be God, and I know I can't be God because I need him. So I'm gonna just let him be who he is, and realize that when I've done all I can do, I'm gonna just stand after that. I'm not going to try and push something that's not even really my calling. It's just, you're trying to be obedient, but at the same time, you have to realize when that's not really helping either.
But I wanted to say real quick is that I forgot to point out why that person went back into that deep space in his mind. It was because there was a lot of failure going on.
Mhm.
And what I understood was that there are some people that are weaker than others. They don't know how to deal with failure. So they get into things to help them get off of that. Oh, I failed here. I failed there. What can I do to erase my failure? And they get back into the space. And I also wanted to say that I realized why there are a lot of homeless people on the street is because people like us have been helping and helping. And when do we say it's enough? Guess what? Enough is right now. Guess where those people go? On the street. They don't have no more support system because they exhausted it. And that's just the way of life today.
Right. Okay, second question, ladies. We hear a lot of talk about men ain't this, men ain't that, right? And yes, Precious, that story is real because I've seen that. This is like my fourth time seeing that story, lady, that played. That is some of the most wild stuff I've ever heard in my life. Like, it's one of those things where I wonder, like, what course of events ran through your head to make you think that was a good idea? And I've had conversations with other women. They're like, well, I get tired, I'm overwhelmed, and I need a vacation. I need a break or something to that degree. But you brought up a good point when you're like, okay, so you have the money to go on this vacation, but not the money to pay a babysitter.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the math isn't mathing with this. So my thing is with women, really, what is it? Because this is evil. Like this is selfishness. Probably it can't be any more selfish than this. Period. So what is it with women, mothers in particular, because you're both mothers, that would lead someone to do this? Because I don't understand it. I have no frame of reference. I don't get it.
I think she could be on drugs too. Because it's just like, how are you not in a realm of reality that when you leave out that door, you know you're not coming back for 5 days? What reality are you truly living in unless it's altered in some type of way? It has your reality got to be altered in some type of way where your brain is not coming to terms that you're not going to step foot back in that house for 5 days, and you trying to leave it up to these damn camera phones in a Ring camera or a camera. It's just like,
no, she thought it was
what technology is for, girl. That's not what they created that for. They didn't create it for it to be a substitute for humans to watch children. No.
But she thought it was okay, though. That's what it is. And we could say we don't think it's okay, but she really like.
And I think that she was high.
Okay.
I think that it's drugs is involved in that situation. She got what drugs are you?
I don't think it's drugs. No. I promise you. I think because just think of this, and I'm not trying to side with her because this is some bullshit, right? But your phone watching, and she can't watch them all day, right? But let's say she watched them 3 hours out of the day. You can see how the living conditions are. You can say, hey, go get that food, put that in the trash, go wipe your ass. Like, you could tell them what to do. Okay, good night, go to sleep, right? And then they'll be good. They're going to listen to me because they know if I come back, I'm going to whip their ass. Like, she probably thought that she was being a good parent. I don't think it had nothing to do with drugs. I just think her mindset.
No, I do. I think she is on drugs. Like, these women pop pills. She's trying to get to Miami and go to Puerto Rico. Like, to me, like, you can't convince me any different. It's either drugs, or more drugs, like, and money. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. You're literally trying to get away from your reality. The reality is you have 2 human beings in the house, 2 human beings, and you choose to leave them for 5 days. You done left out the door. Then you done got in a car. Then you probably done got on a plane. Then you on a boat. How many forms of transportation are you going to take before you realize that you left 2 human beings? Like, stuff like this is just, it's just like, it kind of makes me mad because it's like, it got to be drugs. Like, in my head, it got to be drugs. Like,
let me tell you what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened. Guess what her favorite movie is? Home Alone. Thank you.
You know what?
Alone. That boy was surviving. She loved that damn movie. She's like, yeah, my kid is just like him.
I can't. And honestly, when the mother realized that she forgot Kevin, she wasn't on drugs, but she drinking a lot of wine. It was something with her. It's like, but I honestly think it's drugs. I think it's that because again, where are their fathers? Where
question for me.
Where are their fathers? We watched the Kendra G show enough to know they probably got two different fathers. Where are the fathers? Where are they at?
She canceled
because now the kids got to go to the welfare. I mean, got to go to Child Protective Services now that the mom is locked up. Mm-hmm. You didn't have no family members to send these kids to for you to go on vacation. Like, it got to be drugs. I just don't understand how you can sleep at night.
Did y'all hear the story where the lady left her 5 kids and I'm sorry.
Like I said, it's self. You watch industry and you see how selfish these people sound, and they mean that shit. Like, people really are that selfish, and to leave these are children. Like, adults need to be supervised. I'm busy doing something right now. This weekend, but I was told that why don't you just call that in? Why don't you just tell them what to do? I'm like, no, people need to be supervised. People need to be managed. If you leave things up to other people to do, you're gonna have to come back and do it anyway. So no, let me go down here, take care of this myself, and be done with it the first time. And children, hurt that she was home alone, unsupervised. They're not even 10 years old. My thing is, this is a person who has children. Like,
right. Meanwhile, there's a woman who can't get pregnant who would love to be a mother.
Exactly. Is it drugs? I mean, like, if it's drugs, then the kids definitely shouldn't be in the house. Like, definitely shouldn't be there. Because they're going to pick up on habits from the mom, and they're going to think that's okay. And the mom, she's not teaching them anything anyway. That's worth a while.
What's crazy is that you left 2 children. What were they? 9 and 6, 8 and 6, or something like that. Mm-hmm. So I remember, I was adopted around that age, 8, 9 years old. So, and that had a huge impact on me. So these kids, it's going to be a huge impact of their mother leaving. That's abandonment. It's abandonment. I don't care what you told them kids. Oh, I'll be back. Answer the phone when I call it. That's abandonment. And those kids are going to know what that feels like from their mother. It's one thing they don't have the father around, right? It's one thing that the father is not around. But if he's never been around, then they don't have anything to, miss per se. But for her to leave them, now be in jail, now they have to have their mother voluntarily taken away from them when she voluntarily wanted to leave them. That's going to impact them. Did it say if they were boys or girls, or one sex over that just says 6 and 8 year old? It's definitely going to impact them. And I say it's drugs. Again, I will stand on that because it alters your mind. It truly alters your sense of judgment. It alters, you literally doing the right thing. It there's no good to it. So I say drugs because at the end of the day, she is going to, I wish I would have known more story if they even, found drugs in her system or found drugs, in the house and things of that nature, because that's all that sounds like to me. For you to monitor your kids through a webcam and a cell phone, and you again, she had to go from a house to a car to a plane to a boat. You want all that type of transportation, and you just thinking that your 2 kids are okay for 5 days.
Her kids are on the honor roll, so she was fine with that.
For them, right? we all know, like, I don't have any kids, but I do know that kids are gonna eat the sweet stuff, and they're gonna eat it up in the first day if you don't watch them. They're gonna eat the food because it's there.
Yeah.
They eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm not a father, but I know these things.
Kids can get into anything.
Right? It's like people need to be supervised and managed.
They could have burnt the whole high rise down. They could have burnt the whole high rise down, okay? They could have burnt the whole high rise down.
There was a story where
the reason why I won't live in a high rise. Won't do it.
There was a story where a lady left 5 of her kids in a house, and the house did burn down. They all died. You ain't see that?
No. But that's what happens when you leave kids home alone, because kids are curious. Period. They're curious. They're gonna want to know. And then you don't have nobody there to supervise them. It's like, ooh, they not here. She ain't gonna be here. We got 4 more days. Like, you know, and kids aren't looking to be bad. They're looking to be kids. They're looking to be curious. I just think that mothers who do that, you shouldn't get your children back. I don't necessarily think that you should never see them again, but they shouldn't be in your primary care. I don't think that they should be in your primary care. I think that somebody else needs to be taking care of them. Someone who has the mental capacity to care for children. Everybody, just because you can create them, don't mean that you can raise them.
Or at least just common sense.
Everybody who creates children are not capable of raising those children. And women need to be honest about that. Don't leave those kids. Say, hey, look, I'm not capable of doing this. I'm not capable of having these kids. Have them go into, you know, foster care. And I was I've never had anything bad happen to me. I've heard horrible stories about foster care, but have them go somewhere where they are being, you know, supervised and not left for 5 days.
There's a question here. It says, do you think that there are some mothers that resent their children?
Yes.
They resent their choices. It's not the kids. It's not, the kids don't have nothing to do with it. They resent the choices that they made, and the kids are going to pay for it. I don't think that they resent their children. How can you resent the doggone kids? That goes to show you that you truly have issues that you need to fix, and you probably shouldn't have had the kids.
Well, it's the kid's fault for being here, Precious. Okay?
No, it's not.
And the mother wouldn't be in this fix. She wouldn't be in this fix if it weren't for them.
But see, isn't that just how effed up the mind of a woman can be?
Yeah.
How are you gonna blame the kids when they had to get here by way of you? Literally, they had to get by way of you.
It's their fault, Princess. I guess you don't understand it. See, it's not her fault. She didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
No,
it was an accident, and she's not a killer. So,
for as well, I'm quite sure. That's what they say, and it's just it was just kind of shake my head at it. I don't know what to make of that.
Well,
really
the only other thing I could think of is she really didn't want them kids, and she wanted them to get taken away, and so she did it purposely. That's the only other thing I could think of. Because for you to just la-di-da-di-da, all right, kids, love you, be back in 5 days, and really walk out the door and lock the door on that being a good, solid decision, no. I just, you can't tell me that was the reality. You either didn't want them kids, you was high off of something and couldn't wait to get wherever you was getting to. I want to know who she met on this cruise. Was she meeting friends? Were there other people in her circle group that were going?
Was it a date?
Yeah, she probably was chasing after some penis, because you know, I'm pretty sure she didn't care about the penis that she already made kids with. On to the next.
Right.
I don't know.
Why didn't she call the father and see if he could keep the kids?
Because
I'm sure she had alternatives here. I mean, you left a 6 and an 8-year-old at home for 5 days. This isn't you getting off work. This isn't them getting school and get home until you get off work type deal. That's not what this is.
crazy.
You left them there. Like, what kind of food you they can't cook, so what kind of food
I
you
was gonna say that's 15 meals. Like a
Right.
good 15
They can't cook.
meals that you just they got Lunchables. Like I
They got
can't-
tablets. They got tablets. They be all right.
tablets. It's some Go-Gurt in the refrigerator. You know, y'all got some tricks and cinnamon toast crunch on the refrigerator.
Jesus.
Did she? My thing.
She taken back by this story.
I can't wrap my head around these stories because all I can think is that these people are on drugs. And maybe I think that because that was my biological mother's story. But the thing about her was she was like, no, they need to be up. They need to I need to give them up for adoption because I know that I can't take care of them. There probably were times where she left me and my brother and I in her apartment. And as a matter of fact, when they did come and take us the last time, it was because we were left in the apartment and she wasn't there. That's why I say it's drugs, because there's no way that you can be in your right mind as a human being who knows right from wrong and leave children in a home for 5 days because you want to go to Puerto Rico. You're high.
Still not getting it.
You're high. You're a crackhead, like Judge Mathis said. I know a crackhead when I know the story of a crackhead. Okay.
You're not getting it, Princess. If she gives those kids up for adoption, that will make her a mother.
It wouldn't though. It would make her mother of the year.
It wouldn't. But that's what she said. That's why people like this. I've heard these things before, and it sounds good to them. I don't understand it though. I make heads or tails out of any of this. I really can't. I don't know what this is. It's drugs. It's close to.
All right, Mandrell.
World class.
We appreciate your call, love. We're going to continue to go on with the show, but thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks for calling. I love the questions.
Of course. Continue to watch the show. We'll see you in the chat. All right. Bye-bye.
World class, you gonna cam up? If not, you could call in. Where's the number? What you want to do? Call in, or you want to cam? You have to cam. If you're gonna come up here, you do have to cam up. We don't want to see your virtual picture.
Ooh.
Nah, but I was gonna say something. What? All right, we about to move on because that story kind of hits
my brain.
I got kids, you got kids. Like, we listen.
I can't imagine. I couldn't imagine it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna drop the link. This is for world class only. Yes. So I'm gonna wait for you. How long you got? Because we about to get into the next crazy video.
Not virtual picture shade.
But no, more to this story. The solution here is if you need help, just ask. That's all I gotta say. If you need help, just ask. You don't have to result into stupidity. Precious think that she was on drugs. I think she was just dumb. Just like, and this may be a little trigger for some people, but just like the people who leave their babies in a car. And how many have passed away because it was a hot ass July summer and you left your child in the car to go to Walmart. And oops, I want to grab 2 items. You got 20. Oops, the line is too long. Let me go to self-checkout. Damn, that line is long. He'd be okay. This would take 5 minutes and the child is gone. That wasn't drugs. That was stupidity. And that's just for 30 minutes to an hour. And there's some people who forget that their kids are in the car and they're driving to work. You get what I'm saying? And that, and it's just sad because some people are. I'm sorry. They.
What you said wasn't drugs. Okay, they on drugs. All right, it's drugs.
I'm sorry, King Smith. Thank you for sending in this super chat. And you said it again. Sorry about that. He's like, let me give him some more money so she could read it. I'm sorry.
Because how do you? But you're right. You're right though. You're right about the. I don't even know how you do that. How do you leave the child in the car? You have people that forget they got people in the children in the back seat. It's like,
yeah.
Where's your mind? Something has your mind right now.
Yeah.
Something. That's why the Bible says renew your mind, because things will have your mind so far that you're doing things like leaving kids in the back seat and the police are coming to find them dead in the back seat. Where is your mind? What has your mind?
That's worse than the lady leaving her kids because she planned that. But some of these people really just don't remember, and they're going on about their day. So they might be too wrapped into work duties, deadlines, and dang, if I don't do this, I don't do that, I'm gonna lose my job, and they forget about the child. But honestly, when you become a parent, that's the only thing that's on my mind. I'm on this live right now. My kids are with James, having the time of their life, but I'm still thinking about some of them. Like I hope he ain't. Like it's just natural. I can't help it.
Because you know your kids.
Yeah.
You know.
You better not be in my room. You better not be touching my shit. Like, I mean, my kids always on my mind. So when I hear people, and I think it's men and women leaving their kids in the car and you forgot, come on. But like I said, that could be a little trigger because some people do that and they save their child. Like, oh my gosh, I forgot you, So if you are in that space, you need to always have your child on your mind, and that needs to be the first priority. You are second. They're young. They can't take care of themselves. You have to do everything for them. Even when they're teenagers, like check them kids.
Yes.
All right. So thank you so much, King, for sending in the super chat. All right. World class. I'm going to start the next clip. I'll wait for you to come and just listen in. Oh, sorry.
Because I'm the mother.
All right, this one says, mother approaches stepmother for hitting her child with a belt. So let's get into that. So the stepmother is the lady in the red shirt.
So what makes you feel like you could do that?
Understood. First off, it was something mutual between me and the father because your daughter was being disrespectful.
She could, okay, this is my thing. My daughter's not disrespectful. And even if she was.
I'm sorry. Here we go. How the hell you know if your child is disrespectful and you're not there? She is with a stepmother. Sometimes kids don't react well to that. It is what it is. So maybe she did act up a little bit. Because you ain't my mom. Like, you hear all these stupid ass stories. So you cannot, I hate when they assume, like, your child is so good. She not disrespectful. She may not be disrespectful, but she don't like her. Who knows? Maybe the girl is nuts.
Right. Obviously, the girlfriend or the new wife, whoever she is, obviously she's seeing something that you're not seeing. And that's another issue with single mothers. They think their child can do no wrong. They think that, nobody else can say anything about their child. I remember growing up in Jersey City, if I got in trouble at the corner store, I was in trouble by the time I got home because neighbors were telling on me. I was getting in trouble. Like, she came at her like, well, first of all, my daughter's not disrespectful. And it's like, well, how, like you said, how do you know she's not disrespectful? This is a new environment for her. I'm a new person in her life. Like that, it could happen. So just hear her out.
It can happen. That's the thing. considerate. Like, not saying she's the worst child ever,
Right.
but she just don't fuck with you right now. Like, she don't mess. Sometimes somebody new, they don't know how to react to it. But I have world class in the back. There we go. What's up?
Hey.
What's going on? How y'all doing today?
Good. How are you?
How are you?
That's awesome. Great. Can't complain. Awesome show. Awesome topic. It was a little late. I ain't catch all the details, but so what happened with the lady? She left. It was another situation of a lady leaving leaving her babies and going on vacation. Because that happened like a couple of years ago too.
It seems like there's a lot of that going on. There was one that left her child for 10 days. She was Hispanic, left her child for 10 days. That baby died. It was 10-month-old. Yeah, it happens. It's happening. But this one, luckily her child, the kids, the 8 and 6-year-old were okay. They weren't harmed. They were fine.
Yeah, the 10-month-old, I mean, it's still crazy. But a lot of women do go through that postpartum depression. I don't know what that's like, but there are women who really go through that in a severe manner, where it's like they have to be watched as if they're like in a psych ward.
Is there any other depression that includes severe neglect and vacation time?
So postpartum. Okay, I'm gonna explain what postpartum is real quick. I never had postpartum depression. Like I said, this might be triggered too. I think postpartum is a choice. Women choose to be in that state of mind because, first of all, you have a child. Your first priority is to take care of them. So once your mind starts to shift because the kid is crying too much, that's what's happening. It's a lot of stress going on. Kid is crying too much. The kid don't sleep at night. They don't have a dad. Sometimes they don't have the dad there to help. They have to go to work soon. They don't have enough money, not enough support. All of these things together, right, makes them go. They do get depressed, and then they want to harm their child. So it's things that's happening in their mind that's created. And what they don't do is they don't stop and say, "Oh my gosh, my conscious self, this is my child. I can't harm this little baby because I get mad when I see pedophiles harming children. So how can I do this to my child?" It's like they don't think about that.
Well, a woman's brain naturally, biologically changes when she has a child. Like that's biologically, it changes when she has a child. And for some women, you can go from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. For some women, it turns to severe depression to the point where some women don't want the child to be here anymore. It's like almost like a "what did I do" and "who are you" and "why are you here" type of thing. Like I said, I've never experienced that. That wasn't my story. But I couldn't imagine wanting to hurt a baby or leave a baby, abandon a baby, any of that.
Yeah, I'm just because I'm not even fighting whether it's real or not. I think things like this contribute to why you have people that don't take it serious, because I don't know any other form of depression that results in violence. That's like a outgoing, like a constant violent thing, or hyper neglect, or they want to go out and party. Now, I know people I can associate some depression to over sexualizing and going to the club and shit, but it's just weird to me. All the other depressions is being secluded, recluse, in the house, withdrawn, more than most of them, not all of them, obviously. And it's just weird that I think for the women that's really going through it, when you see a woman that does stuff like this, and he claims that when this is probably just a piece of shit mother, it kind of takes away from those with credibility, the cry wolf type of thing. And I don't think this is the first situation. I just think this is the situation where she got caught. or would they be getting caught? Not just this one chick.
She
They just
got
get caught, and then it's postpartum, and just I'm just depressed. Yeah, you went to Puerto Rico, but you wasn't depressed. You just wanted to go to Puerto Rico.
I can't say that for her because her kids were older. I was saying that for the 10-month-old,
Oh, 10 month. Okay.
But for an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old, I mean, if you haven't gotten past the change and the changes that are going to come with having these kids, that ain't postpartum depression. That's just you not wanting to step up to the occasion of being a mom.
But that postpartum thing, it just stems from being a mother. So even if the child is 6 or 8, just because they're not a baby, they're still someone that you have to take care of fully. They like to eat breakfast twice, lunch twice, dinner twice, and that's not including snacks. You can't keep up. You have to help them with their homework. You have to do a lot. Like, honestly, I have so many kids and I got help. I'm like, I don't know how the fuck y'all do it with no help. Like, I'm going crazy. So the fact that it's like she decides to just, you know what? They'll be okay. Like, that's what I think she was doing. I don't think it was drugs. She really thought that they would be okay because they have all of these electronics, I'm pretty sure. And when they're on their electronics, guess what? They're on that shit for 10 hours. I've seen them. I witnessed them. And then they just going to come up and get some food. Okay, cool. I could watch them for a minute. I really think that's what was going on. And she was treating them like dogs. Dogs, you get food and water. Here's the potty. Make sure you use it. Here's the wee-wee pad.
How much do you think our culture contributes to that type of deal with them fuck them kids, Monica, that we say all the time? Fuck them kids, fuck them kids. We say it a lot. Come on, a lot. We've been saying it for a long time. And it's starting to bother me now. Because it's like y'all really just saw some fuck them kids shit in every way, shape, or form. And I think we need to stop saying it.
That's a good point. Because it's getting joke, but now it's like they like fuck these kids for real. They like, I don't care about them.
Exactly, because I think that saying came around when it was just like, oh well, sometimes you need a break from your kids, and sometimes you just need a break or whatever. But now it's literally like, what kids, and then it's let me do what I need to do to get rid of them kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like, literally, fuck them kids, and it's like, no, we're not telling you to, have the CPS get involved, and you gotta literally have, because some women, now I've seen videos of some women literally trying to get, literally doing things to get their children taken away from them. And to me, that's crazy. It's like you want to I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't know. What are you racing to? What do you a lot of people feel as though kids stop their life or they hinder them from doing what they need to do. And my thing is, sometimes a kid is teaching you, and sometimes a kid is really developing you as a person and getting you together. But these people, these girls they not letting the child stop them from being their best them. In the most negative way. You know what I mean? They're not doing that. And that's sad. That's really sad.
They be wanting the niggas to take them as a package deal, them and the children as a package deal, but they don't take their own children as a package deal.
Nope.
They leave them shits wherever. Even with the mama.
So that's where we talk about, they say deadbeat dads, but they never say deadbeat moms. And I learned what a deadbeat mom was like 10 years ago. And I never knew that it existed, because I see moms, at least in my family. Well, I can't even say that. Damn. I just never thought of it like that until I seen it in my face. And I was like, wow, for a person to carry a human being, I never got how you can just dismiss it, because that alone is already mentally challenging. Your whole body changes. Like, any lady who has a child, your body is never the same. That's why you keep seeing them getting their body done over, because it's done. Your body, not saying that it's terrible, but it's not the same.
It's not the same. But some people just lazy too. But yeah.
But even if you worked out, it's not the same.
Right.
I don't know how to explain. So that alone, you look at your body, you're like, yeah, I had kids, right? not in the worst situation, but you're reminded every day. So for you to be a deadbeat mom is weird. Now, for men who are deadbeat dads, world class, if you could answer this question: men who drop their seed and they know they did that, and the child is born. Why are some? I don't want to say this is a majority. I think it's just some. Why are some men not wanting to take responsibility for those kids? Do you know?
It's a number of reasons. I'll try to ask these niggas these questions, but it be irritating me. When they have a term for it in the manosphere. It's called son husbands. You have these males where their mama did every damn thing for them, and they don't know how to be men and this is a thing that not just in this situation, women need to stop doing. Period. But it's a feelings thing, and I don't fucking like feelings, but that's y'all do this shit. Their mothers be wanting this. They want to feel needed, so they debilitate these little boys that are 30 and 40 and 50 years old in some instances, and some 60, been in jail, out of jail. They'll drop the seed, have the child, and they have been taken care of by this woman who's now a great grandmother or grandmother their whole fucking life, and he don't know how to do shit. And stuff like that don't come up when we say these women can't raise men. You need to speak specific to it, because your need to be needed is going to debilitate this boy, and so he'll never become a man. And if it's a feeling, if it's an innate feeling to need to be needed as a woman, okay, cool. But he needs to get the fuck away from you, because he gets out here with us and he see how hard life really is, and he goes, shit, I ain't going through that. And he gravitates and runs to mom that's going to fucking pay for everything and fix all his stupid ass mistakes. So that's an instance that's clear on why them niggas will have a child. You know, it's a person that look like you walking around the earth, but your bitch ass won't be over there. My generation, the 80s babies, we don't respect niggas like that. You can't hang around me, have a child, and then nigga, I smack the shit out you, like on some real shit. I'm not even joking at this point. Like, you're not gonna be around me. Like, get the fuck away from me, like on some real shit. It's disrespectful. So that's the reason. I think other reasons I've heard is that it'll be something between the girlfriend, which is a stupid reason, but this is the reason they say it. If if a nigga can't have the chick that like he want, then he just not gonna be there for the child, as if it's gonna hurt her to make her hurt.
Right.
Or and a third reason, which I'm kind of fringe on, I can see it, but I wouldn't do it, is if the guy is alienated in some way, or she's using the baby to control him, or the baby has been corrupted, and then he just know that he just give up. I could understand that, but I wouldn't take that route of just not being there. So those are three reasons I know for sure to answer your question. I just think it's stupid, but
interesting, because some of these ladies are single moms because of those three, not the last one, but the two that you mentioned. They're single mothers because of those two. And now it's like, okay, well, what do you do? And now these women, they go insane. And we can always say you should have picked better. Yeah, it's too late. The child is here. So now what? But I just think people don't like to ask for help. Like, it's sad. Even like the postpartum depression. I say it's a choice, because you could have asked for help. There is nobody on this earth that can't get help if you are a mother. You know how much support you get from strangers? You can ask the hospital, even having children, at the hospital, you can let them know. They even ask you, they make us fill out a questionnaire. Have you feel right? So you could say, yes, I feel like I want to. Like, they have so many sources and people to help you. Even if you had to live in a space where you don't want to, and you're living with a whole bunch of other moms, and you guys are supporting each other, but there's always food. The roof over your head is paid for. Even if you had to go through that circumstance, do it. But don't just sit here and be like, yeah,
sad to say,
you're depressed because you're supposed to be depressed. Get your ass up and ask for help.
A lot of people, as easy as that sounds, it sounds so easy. A lot of people don't like to ask for help. No matter if you're in a situation like that, no matter if it's, bind that you in, a lot of people do not like to ask for help. And I think that is a trauma response. Not being able to ask for help is a trauma response. You don't want to feel like you're being a burden to somebody else, or you don't want to look inferior. You don't want to look like you don't have it all together. And I think that if more people ask for help, then we probably would be a little bit more together as a people. But because people don't want to ask for help on any level, all levels, no matter what it is, it ain't just got to be about kids. It could be about, relationship, education, finances, no matter what it is about. Most people will not ask for help.
You spot on with that.
Do it.
Because there's no legitimate reason for you not to ask for help when you need help.
Right.
So it's definitely a trauma response, because what reason would you have other than you have some negative association or some uncomfortable association to, well, if I say this and everybody gonna know, and then they gonna say it, and I guess I ain't gonna be able to say I did it on my own on the gram or on TikTok or some shit. But because that's what they tell us. That's what they used to tell me all the time when I was little. Ask for help. You can ask somebody for help. You can ask for help. I'm like, yeah, because I'm like that too. I don't really like to ask for help. I really like it, and it's not because I don't want help. I just like to do shit on my own.
But we're talking about another person. So you asking someone for help to help you versus you're asking someone for help to help somebody else is different. Okay. I look at it as different because you're responsible for yourself, right? But when you have another person and you don't have everybody's different, but to me, you have to make sure you're responsible for that person too. Because you're going to hurt and they're going to hurt. That's what I'm saying.
They're not an advocate for themselves. So there's no way you can extend something to an extension of yours if you can't be an advocate for yourself. It's just not going to work. A lot of people, when you don't have that reassurance, like I said before, and it wasn't this live. I think maybe yesterday, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. I've been live every day this week so far. I feel like, but children spell love time, right? Time.
Yeah.
And when children don't feel as though you spend the time with them, they're not going to come to you for help. They're not going to ask you for help. And you have a lot of parents that are like, oh, why you go talk to your friends? Why don't you come and ask us? Why your friends? Why you always tell your friends everything, but you don't want to tell us? Why you tell so-and-so this, but you don't want to tell us? And it's like, because they've actually invested in me. What have you invested?
Yeah.
Just because you had me don't mean that was an investment. You got to continue to produce on or reproduce on the investment. So I think that, and it's not just children, anyone that invests in someone else, you should be able to ask them for help. Yeah, you should be able to ask them for help. Period. We do this content creation. I should be able to ask the people that I do content creation with for help. Because we spend so much time doing what we do together. I shouldn't feel like I have to be closed mouth about it. Right? So it's wherever you invest, wherever you're spending the most time, people are going to feel more comfortable with asking for help because they know that you're invested in them in a way that they're not asking for anything in return from you. So when you ask for help, it's like, oh, okay. I've invested enough in inside of you or with you or whatever the case may be that I can understand why you're coming to me for help. I'm not looking at you like a charity case or like, somebody that I don't know. It's when people come out the woodwork, people from high school 20 years ago, like, oh, I can't do this. Can you help me? Like, wait, what? I haven't heard from you since 10th grade. You know what I mean? So when you're invested with people and you spend time and you have genuine relationships with people, you should be able to go to them and ask them for help. That should be part of the package.
Agreed.
But you do know, regardless of how comfortable you are with someone, you can ask for help and they don't help you. You know, we've dealt with people hurting us too.
Mm.
So I think sometimes even with that, they're like, nah, I'm good, right? Because they're afraid of the failure that might come with just asking. Because you have to be very humble and patient to sit here and ask someone. Humble means you're about to ask, right? You're humble enough to feel like, okay, let me let my thoughts go and ask for something. Patient is now you got to wait for the answer. Can they? Will they? Will they is what trips people up. Because
When you ask to help you on their time, that'd be the
right,
patient time. Right. You on
you
their
do.
time. You gotta let them show you. Be a
Mhm.
will.
And a lot of us, the patience is like, nah, I need it right now. I don't until you're ready. No. And that's another thing. When people want to help, they help when they want to help. If someone asks you for something and you care about them, drop what you're doing and go help them. You know, that's another thing. People don't do that.
So I'm thinking the influence that would cause us to say stuff like that, like the trauma, which Precious was talking about, the culture that we have of wanting to feel like we did it on our own, independent stuff like that, that causes us to miss those opportunities, even when we know this little infant needs more help than what I can give it. Us being parents, we know when 4 o'clock in the morning wake ups that they be having and howling, screaming, like that shit gonna weigh on you. That weighs on me even as a dad. So as a mom, having to have been gave birth and everything, I know that weigh on y'all like a motherfucker. So, but what is it in our culture that's sponsoring these thought processes that we have to disallow us to want to help, want to be helped? And I think in some instances, depending on the culture, is people get helped too much because you got these little girls that the baby crying, hey ma, hey ma, you know what to do. You know what I'm saying? So I think our culture hasn't prioritized being parents enough, and I think a lot of the postpartum popularity is pushed by these hospitals wanting to pump pills and services that we don't need. But that's another conversation.
That's true though.
So we
Very
have the white culture and then we have the black culture. That's all I'm gonna speak about today. So I've heard in hospitals that some of the doctors are prejudiced and they don't give us blacks all of the information. Now it depends on where you go and all of that. So that's why it's very important for parents, fathers as well, right? Parents to research these places and get reviews. Because that is what's pushing it. They don't help some of us. This is what I've been hearing. I didn't know this existed until I made a podcast. Before I started doing this, I was on a podcast about moms and everything. And I've heard so many stories, even in my own town. I said, where, who? And they don't share information. So people get lost just in that. And then you have, if you're raised by a single mom, or you didn't have any parents, or like Precious said, she was adopted. You see all this failure walking around you. You're like, well, obviously they're not helping anyone. So it's kind of like you're just adapting to the environment. If you think about it, most of our culture doesn't really help each other. They like to bully. Everybody's mean, especially women. Like, you don't have this, you don't have that, you're not wearing the freshest outfit, your hair is not that fly and all that stuff, you're not, there's a lot of competition with each other alone that is very hard. Even your best friends are not your best friends. Women are the most catty. So if they don't have like a good auntie or grandma, they're out there struggling because their friends were their friends and now they're not their friends anymore. And it repeats itself. I don't know about men, but I can just speak about women itself. We don't have a support system. It is very hard to find a consistent friend. And when you find that person, you keep that person.
You mean peers, right?
Yes.
Your age group, right? Okay, I got you. That's what you're saying.
Yes. For me, I have friends of all age groups. I do not discriminate on age. As long as me and you can get along and I know that you are a good-hearted person, we good. You could be damn 60. I don't care. because guess what's not out there? In my circle, a lot of these people are fake and phony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all.
That's the problem.
Yeah, women's culture is weird. It's stressful. It's
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 weird,
dog
right?
eat dog. It's a lot, man. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot. It'd be, why you
That's
over
why
there talking to that bitch and that bitch and that? I'm like,
I don't know
ain't that
why
your homie? Okay,
I
go
never
ahead.
believed that there was ever a sisterhood. I played women's basketball. I've never believed that there was a sisterhood. Because 1 minute a woman can be smiling in your face, and then the next minute they talking about you behind your back. I just don't believe in a sisterhood. I believe that everyone needs to mind themselves. Mind your business, mind what you got going on in your home. Stay out of Sally house, stay out of, like, you know what I mean? I think we're just too nosy for our own good sometimes, and it just doesn't do us any good.
But I think it needs to be
Two female friends, that's it, and that's all.
right. But honestly, as much as that sounds right, because I've been in many situations where I'm good on all of that, right? But to answer your question, world class, it needs to be the opposite. The way how this can change is if we did have a sisterhood. When I started my mom podcast, I realized how much help we need. A lot of us don't know how to research, right? We just go by what my grandma said, my auntie said, and then they just go off of like old things. Guess what? We're in 2024. Some things you cannot transfer like that. You got to go out here and go look and help yourself. So we need sisterhood. We need women we could call and be like, hey, I need help in this situation. And they are ready to drop what they're doing because it's severe. People are, hurting themselves. So we don't have nobody to call because everybody's against each other. It needs to be, we do have people to call. I should have 20 women in my phone, and each of them have different ways they can help. And let's say for me, I'm one of the women that are the 20 contacts. They can call me too. We don't have that. And because we don't have that, some of y'all men, y'all not going to be able to help with these things. But you guys are trying. Y'all like, hey, y'all need to do this. Y'all need to be more like that. But guess what women not doing? They not listening to y'all. Okay, but it needs to be us that's saying it. Why the fuck I got to go to my husband to ask him about some feminine shit? Isn't that weird? I promise you, I'm going to be real transparent. I learned how to be real feminine from him. Some of the stuff, because I didn't have, like, you see feminine as in how you dress. You look girly. But I learned that it wasn't about the looks. It was about what comes out your mouth. How you respect somebody, right? I didn't learn that until I got with my husband. Why the fuck am I learning that from him? I should have learned that from women I see every day, right? But it's not like that. We don't have no one to lean on because everybody's against each other.
Yes, that's the culture. And
my problem is because a lot of people are against each other, I don't trust y'all.
Right.
Women, I don't. Because I've been burned by the nicest people. Like, you wouldn't even know that this would happen to you, and it happened to you. So I don't know who to trust. You know what I'm saying? I have people in my corner. I'm just saying, I learned as I got older, I don't trust women. I don't. And it's sad.
listen, I've been having these. What you're saying right now has been behind a lot of the different things I've said. I've said on these different lives, a lot of these young women in my life has told me that their mom has sold their vagina.
I was going to say,
but they've sold, like I've said that plenty of times, right? But what you said is what they say most common. I don't trust females because and this is the craziest part, right? Of what you said, it's like it's the most important and it will change your life. You said research. All this self-love stuff that they talk about, the word research don't ever come up. Why are you never worth the research? Why are you worth going spending $600 on somebody else's research, putting somebody else's name in your ass, but you don't want to spend $10, $20? There's services you can buy that will send you emails of new information. Be worth the fucking research to go buy the books, to go to get with a think tank, to get with a group just to change the way you think. So, like, to the point where if y'all did have a sisterhood, we immediately will have an intel industry. See, the
Yes.
difference between the intel industry versus the educational industry is that the intel industry qualifies information already. As if, like, I'm vegan, I eat organic. When I go and look at the box, it'll say non-GMO, vegan, etc. It'll already be qualified for me. That's what we missing in our community. We don't have that qualification. Who trades information the most amongst our people? Y'all. Girl so and so did this. Girl so and so did that. This, that, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. The new law that passed, where you can do this, that, the third, the fourth in your trust and put your LLC in your trust. Girl, they got this. They didn't change the fee to that. I need that information. I don't need to know what your homegirl, who your homegirl fucking. If she gonna come and fuck us, all right. Well, I don't tell me about the bitch at work. I don't care about none of that. Leave me alone. I don't need her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to know that or who's
walking through this.
No. Oh, what you say?
He said, "Is she walking through this door?" But you're right. And I think that that does happen, but it doesn't happen on a wide scale. There are pockets of people who, that share their information, they putting people on. But you got to be a part of those groups. I think that a lot of things, especially for women, it truly starts at home. It starts at home. Like if you're not seeing your mom being feminine, if you're not seeing your mom really curating an atmosphere of peace, if you're not really seeing those things, then you're not going to know how to do those things. You're not going to know what it looks like. You're not even going to know what that feels like. You're not going to know what peace feels like. You're not going to know what it feels like to come home and your pajamas laying out and your towel. Like you're not going to know what these things feel like. You're not going to know what it is to see your dad be like, oh, nah, we're not going to do that. I know that's what you want to do this week, but we're not going to do that. And your mom really be like, oh, I want to, but I'm going to just chill because I know he right. Like you have to actually see those things in real time. And when you don't, you feel like everybody is out to get you. And the thing for me is peace. Like you don't know what peace is like. When people come to my place, they be like, it's so peaceful over here. Like it's quiet. Like you don't got people yelling. When I fall asleep on your couch, I could sleep forever. It's so comfortable. Like I don't like to be, when you were talking earlier, Lady Di, like, you don't want to be bogged down with the drama. And I like to travel light. I always said that. I like to travel light. I'm not letting nothing weigh me down. I don't want to be a part of nobody's drama. Don't put my name in nothing. You want to talk to me, we can have face-to-face conversation. I don't do internet beefs. Like you have to really have a sense of wholeness within yourself. And I think a lot of people don't have wholeness because they weren't really brought up that way. It was a lot of fragment. And again, I thank God because he selected me to be chosen to be taken care of, because I could have been just like a lot of these girls out here with a effed up mindset and just doing the most. But you have to, again, I'm just thankful because I was just chosen to live that life. But if you don't, then is a lot of things are going to be fragmented and you're not going to know what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it, so you're going to be learning a lot along the way. And I'm not saying that there's nothing that I have to learn, because there's a lot that I have to learn. I live to be a student, but at the same time, we have to do that. If you didn't have it, then you do have to be a student. You got to go back to school. You got to go back to school. I spent so much time in Barnes and Noble, it's not even funny. I have so many books everywhere. Well, I was also an English major, but that's just what I like to do. Like, you know what I mean? So you got to Study to show yourself approved. You have to seek after that knowledge. You have to be your own advocate. Because although I have parents who raised me and things like that, I'm still not like them. They adopted me, but I'm not like my parents. And sometimes that is a communication barrier between us. So I have to find ways to be okay, and not be okay, but be able to get through the times where there's misunderstanding. And I think a lot of women feel like they are misunderstood, but instead of being able to communicate that in a peaceful way, it comes out crazy. It comes out like, I hate you, I'm against you, I don't want you, leave me alone. And we need to find ways to communicate when even we not feeling it, or we're not able to get it out, or we're not able to truly communicate what it is we're feeling, what we're going through, and what we want, what we would want the other person to understand.
The biggest issue is that what you said all was correct. I wanted to add that the biggest issue is that, don't you see women, when I say competing, they're competing appearance.
Yeah.
And that's all they care about. Like,
Not
everything.
substance.
Yeah. And once that's fixed, then we should be good. We all should be able to trust each other. There's going to be some ones that's out there flying that, you got to kick to the curb. But majority of women, it should be, once they stop competing with each other, then we should be fine. And that, I don't know if it's going to be unlocked or not. But I think this is just going to be a battle that we're just going to be sitting in for some more years. And you better find the ones who's close to you and keep it moving. Because if you're going to try to rely on people, it's hard. But just be mindful. Moral to the story to me is just be mindful. We could want a lot of things, but it seems like we're not going to get it. And we can't just let that ruin our life and say, oh, well, F these men, F these women. And, no, they're out there. Look, They sit right here on this camera. Look, just right here. They're out here. You just got to go find it. Don't give up. Don't say, I could say I don't trust women, but I have friends that are women. I have friends that I'm not going to say I don't mess with them. No, I just don't trust a lot of them. And I keep my distance, and it is what it is, but I make new friends. Some people don't want to make new friends, and I can get that. But, don't give up. They're out there. Real quick, I'm sorry. They got super chat. Thank you to King Smith. He messing with you today.
Hey, I can't wait to watch it back, because I must have been saying it crazy for him to super chat every single time. Tell him why, Precious. For y'all that don't know, that is actually my co-host on Monday nights on my panel. I have a men's panel on Monday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, and King Smith is my co-host. So shout out to you for showing some love tonight, King Smith.
Yes, thank you. L. Turner, what's up? Sean Bolden, what's up? Sorry, I'm a little late. Thank you all for being here. So that topic with the lady leaving her child hit home for a lot of us. Like, we're like, what the hell is going on? We ain't even get into the main topic. And we're going to do that real quick. The main topic is about canceling co-parenting. All right. So let's get into this real quick.
I'm with it. Okay.
I told him to not let nobody, no bitch, excuse me, but really not excuse me, to put their hands on my daughter.
Okay, at the end of the day, your daughter's not disrespectful to you because you're her mother, and I guess the ways that she's learning, you're teaching her. However,
baby,
what
look,
I'm trying to tell you
it gotta be
that
something that you said to her for her to even feel
that it ain't gonna be tolerated.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say this: we can't talk together. We can sing together, but we can't talk together.
But what I'm telling you is valid, and I'm
okay. So why you let her put her hands on our daughter? Because what you mean what I'm doing here? I'm checking your wife because she feel like she got authority to put her hands on my daughter.
Let's stop it right there, because first off, she was being disrespectful.
How was she being disrespectful?
I gave her permission.
Why didn't why didn't you discipline her? I'm not talking to you right
So real quick, I just wanted to acknowledge this dad. I'm so glad he showed up.
now. Why didn't you discipline her? Because you the damn daddy.
Because I wasn't here.
Okay, well, next time, call me or something. Because I don't condone that. You need to speak to me. I'm the one that birthed her because this is my daughter. He is. But look, if he's not here to discipline her, then you need to wait. Because it's
you just could have called me about this. You
don't answer the phone. You don't answer the phone. And this is what I have to do to get through to y'all. If I got to pull up and act the fool to get through to y'all because y'all want to touch my child, this is what I'm going to do.
It's my child too.
Okay, but if you aren't there in the vicinity.
You don't come in my house and try to act the fool.
What you mean act the fool? You weren't here. So if you were not here, then how you going to punish her? How you going to do that? So that's not her right to do that.
I gave her permission to.
Though, and she's under my authority at the time. She should be listening.
Okay, I'm not saying she should not listen, but let me tell you something. This is my daughter. I don't want you touching her. That's point blank, period. And if she comes back to me,
coming over here because if she's gonna be disrespectful and cross the line.
Okay, well, why you not being a daddy and checking her then and making sure that she's respecting her? Because you just told me that you weren't here when it happened. So if you're not here when it happened,
and tell you that daddy whooped me, because I do. If she's disrespectful in my house, she's
gonna get punished. She told me that daddy's new girlfriend touched me.
So she just disrespected her talking about girlfriend. He just said that's his wife, stepmom.
That's what
petty.
Ain't nothing new about this.
Let me handle it.
Okay, look.
Please
handle this. Because I swear to God, you know how I get. And I'm already up here. It don't matter. It's my daughter, though. It's my daughter. And I ain't even really got to talk to you. We can definitely go there. Because I'm with that time too. What? Listen to what?
Under my roof. She's going to get punished if she's being disrespectful.
I'm not. Okay, look. I'm not saying she can't be punished, but she does not have to put her hands on my daughter. Call me and I will handle it, or either teach her to be more respectful, because she don't do that with me. So that says something. So that says something. Obviously you. Okay, but if she's disrespecting y'all, then what sense does that make?
What is you talking about?
Exactly, and she doesn't disrespect me. She disrespects y'all. So that says something about y'all's parenting. Baby, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not trying to come here with that shit. I'm really not. But you need to calm all that down. This ain't your child, though. But it's not your child. And all that shit that you with, I'm with it times 10. I'm with it times 10. I'm with it times 10. So calm that down.
Next time, if you're going to come here, call me.
I will call you. And make sure you answer the phone. Make sure you answer the phone.
You don't have.
All right. Enough of that. There's a lot going on, but the main thing I noticed is that, well, this is a question, and anybody in the chat too. If you are the biological parent and your child goes over to the other biological parent's house, they got married, and now the child is being disrespectful or whatever, and you all believe in whipping your child, but you allow, the parent allows the step parent to whip them. Would you be okay with that? Like the step parent using a belt on the child, and especially it seems like that situation is new. It's not like she's been a step parent for years. She just became one, right? And this is happening. Would you allow, or would you be okay with that? That's a real question, because this is what's happening.
We would have to call a meeting. You see how they kept saying, well, call me before you come, or you could call me, and we all need to sit down together.
Yeah.
We all need to look each other in the eyes at the table. We all need to be on one accord, because I don't need to be calling you but then she's not on the phone, and my words could get miscrewed because you and your feelings, vice versa, whatever the situation is. No, we need to sit down and have a conversation. We may need to even put some things in writing if it has to go that far, because people need to be held accountable to something. And so if you're not, that's why they have mediators, right? That's why they have mediation court, so people can actually have these conversations while everyone is in the room. But the girl, the baby, I hate the phrase baby mom, but the child's mother, I think she was just totally wrong, coming to their place of their residence. I honestly think that she was wrong for that. She should have said, you know what, our daughter said X, Y, and Z. we need to have a meeting as soon as possible. When is your next available opening? When are you guys free? We have to talk about this, because going over there and having a yelling match in the doorway where all the temperatures are flaring. No, let's plan it. So y'all got time to, get your emotions under control. I have time to get my emotions under control. Write some notes. I don't know. Put some pinpoints on a paper, but you have to, at this point, we're a village now. You brung someone else into the village, and now she is asking to be someone who is disciplining our child who's in the village, who's the the village wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the child. So I think that you truly have to come, they have a meeting of the minds, you have to come together with everyone. And this shouldn't be a conversation that you have after the beating or the whooping or the spanking takes place. I think it's something that needs to, married couples talk about this before they get married. How we going to discipline the kids? And they coming together as one. So I think that it should be a conversation. And if it does happen, then although the mother, feels every bit of emotion in her body and want to go over there and go up top on the wife, you have to show your child that somebody here has some sense. And although, mom may not always like what happens in this village, I know she's going to act with some decency and order. I know she's not going to be the one trying to go to dad's house and curse his wife out because of such and such. Because while kids learn, how they spell love time, they also learn by example. So she talk about that kid being disrespectful. I can see the behavior continuing if somebody doesn't take a different direction in how they deal with what's going on. So yeah, I wouldn't be okay with it, but at the same time, and instantly I probably would want to go over there and knock somebody block off. But at the end of the day, that's going to end me in jail, my child taken away. Like, you know what I mean? You just have to think about the future, because it's not about you anymore.
It's just so much wrong with that video. It's just so much going on. Everything was wrong. Everybody was wrong. I think to be clear, I am anti beatings and spankings. I got a 7-year-old. I got a 23-year-old goddaughter. I've never had to spank him or cuss him out. They all listen, but it starts early. Even my nieces, I've never had to barely even raise my voice. So I'm just against it because I think I've always prioritized parenting skills and communication with children. So I'm always going to be against it. Absolutely against a step parent, boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, spouse hitting somebody else's child. I don't even think that makes any type of sense. Yeah, the mom coming over there with the live, you never answer your phone. If you don't answer his phone, bitch, email him. Or get a fucking whatever, the court order. Get him subpoenaed. Like, don't go over there to cause conflict. One, because that you disturbing the peace, really. The stepmother, whatever the fuck she was absolutely out of control. But I'm gonna put on my Hank hat because I know this is what he say. That nigga's a weak ass man. He didn't control either fucking situation. The girl coming with because I'm gonna pretend it's not a skit. Because it was he just was weak as fuck. And you can see the bitch assness and why they with him, because both of them off the hook, because he's the type of nigga they can just say whatever the fuck they want, and he just gonna do, yeah, just go back. I'm not gonna fucking talk, wife or not, I'm not gonna fucking talk to you 2 or 3 times. I'm gonna give you one warning, and then the next thing is full fucking consequence, and I'm gonna hurt your feelings. I'm not gonna touch you, or just whatever's gonna break your soul. That's what I'm gonna say next. I'm not gonna talk to you 2, 3, 4 times, especially not in my house and not in my doorway. Not about my children. It's not a big conversation. It's what I say and get the fuck out of my face. That part right there. So that part was pissing me off. He had to tell the chick 2, 3 times. She doing all this extra shit with her neck. And when you know you doing all this shit with your neck, and you fucking know you just put your hands on this lady child. So if she want to whip your ass, she's probably inclined to want to do that. So all this shit is like, all 3 of them pissed me off the entire time. All of it made me mad. It's just irritating. So I just think that there's bad parenting on both sides. Being a man, I'm gonna have to hold a man accountable for the chicks you pick. Um, both of them think it's cool to whip ass. But what in these situations, being a dad, being in these situations, and talking to other fathers, that little girl is being coached by that mom to be disrespectful. That's what usually be happening in a situation like that. That she can't tell you nothing, and that's not only your father can do. Well, you don't got to listen to her if your father not there, type of shit. In those situations, that be the case. And so, even though that's a bad situation, we know who probably started it was that baby mom or whatever, the daughter's little girl's mom, egging it on. But then it'll transfer to both of those. Well, next step it will be both of them not having communication, because if she's gonna be over your house, well, obviously if you are co-parenting and we end in co-parenting, then you got to keep open lines of communication. You know what I'm saying? Me and my son mother don't get along, but there is no anything. If he sneezes, yeah, I'm texting her. It's not a lot of communication because we big on health, but I'm gonna let her know what the fuck is going on with her child. You know what I'm saying? It's her child. She needs to know. So if that communication has to be open. It ain't no I called you, you didn't answer. Her child is over here, answer the phone. When my child is with you or our child is over there, answer the phone. There's no excuse for that. So whether she's lying or not, that communication got to be open. And like what Precious was saying earlier, in mediation, in those court orders, if you have one, that's specified on who can discipline and who can't discipline, and on what things are supposed to be done. If it's that y'all going off a private agreement, hey, it can't be loosey goosey. All right, we don't got a court order. We just gonna wing it. No, it got to be definitive. So the parents are responsible for the stepmother and all her antics and whatever she got going on. Those two idiots need to get their shit together. He need to man the fuck up and grow a fucking spine and put your foot down somewhere, because you got two households that ain't listening to your bitch ass, and it's irritating to watch it.
Two, not one, two. Okay, two. That girl sounded like she sounded like one of the girls off of Flavor Flav, when Flavor Flav had his show. Whoever the mother of the child, that's all I could think. That's the only person I could think about when I hear
New
that.
York. What's the name? New York. Yeah, that's not
her too. Every time I hear that video and she's talking, I'm like, that sounds like New York. Like nobody else. I mean, we can't see her face, but yeah, it's two households, and the common denominator is the man, who is the child with, we're gonna call it New York, and then he has a wife now who, he may have children with in the future. She may opt out after all this, but I'm just saying, I would definitely agree with that point too, because I believe, in World Class, you can definitely correct me if I'm wrong, that there are times where men don't necessarily know how to deal with multiple women if they're in his life in some type of dynamic, right? So in this situation, you have your child's mother and you have your wife now, but it may be situations where men have really close lady friends, and not to say that they're doing anything or they're sexual or anything like that, but they may have close friends, and then you have a lady at home and you don't know how to communicate with your close friends, like, hey, and the close friends should have enough respect and wherewithal to know that you're in a relationship. But some people, they just don't be adhering to what is going on in reality. But the man don't know how to deal with both situations or communicate or solve, or is that common, or is that just like you were saying earlier, how some men aren't really taught how and they raised by women, and so the woman's need to feel needed got the man in a certain situation where it's just like, all right, well, I'm gonna cater to both of y'all. I'm gonna do what you want, and I'm gonna do what you want. And
yes, that's it. You just said it just now. And I think again, it goes to what we was talking about before about the women's culture. Like we be hearing, after y'all that we done had sex, you laying down and telling my, oh yeah, well Tracy don't do this and she be doing that. Like we know it's a lot of it's beef. It's like a word said too much this way, and she pop her neck too much this way, you gonna snap. So guys be kind of, if you like you said, if he likes both of you or he's still trying to keep it cool with both of you, he don't want y'all to fight, and you kind of don't want to get into the fight between the middle of two women. And I think guys just don't just. I mean, again, like I said, you don't have. I don't give people this much room in my life. I don't fucking understand it. You're gonna do the fuck I'm telling you, you're gonna get the fuck out. I don't. You got 2 or 3 seconds to make that decision. Make the fucking decision. Get out my face. So if you are new or old, who the fuck do you think you like? I'm not having it. It's not gonna happen. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. You're not getting all this leeway to be disrespectful in my presence. I don't do disrespect. Where I come from, you get hurt with disrespect. I'm not disrespecting you. I'll walk off. I'll leave or whatever, and you're not disrespecting me. You're not disrespecting my child's mom. You're not disrespecting my child's mom. Not disrespecting the girl that I'm with. None of that. I'm not having none of that in my space and in my presence. Because if you was in my life that close, I changed your life. And then a person that's been in my life privately that didn't change your fucking life better than your dad did or your mom did. It went from anybody mentioning your family having cancer. Everybody else can plan a funeral. You can plan dinner. So I changed your life. So I'm not gonna have you being disrespectful with anybody in my life. So that's what men do. I don't know what the fuck that shit was that we just watched. So I just don't tolerate it. I'm just not having it. You can say whatever sassy shit to me in private. I don't like that bitch. Okay, cool, you're right. But you're not no real situation. We're not doing that. You gotta stop, because all I would have did, I'd have closed the door, been on the inside or the outside, get your motherfucking ass in that car, or we're gonna have a problem in a real short period of time where you take your ass up and upstairs. I'm not about to do all this dumb shit. But then more than likely, a man like me, he's not doing no shit like that. She'll just drop the child off and drive off. But a guy who don't have a spine and don't know how to deal with shit like that, when you have two women in the space, you have to have been clear, concise, definitive prior to that moment, or they're not going to respect you. Because it's out of respect. It's like, yeah, our relationship ain't worked, but I'm not about to embarrass this man like that. Most of the women I've dealt with in my life, that's the respect they give me. Because I'm not about to. It ain't work. Cool. Come on
it's
now.
not about feelings towards you. It's not,
I think there's some answer to world class. I think some men are scared to lose the women. As far as you're like, lose. Either you gonna be with me or you not. I replace you in a minute type of thing. And I think men need to I think that's the confidence part. I would say in some of my other lives, I think some men need to not worry about what women are doing or about to do. Either they're gonna follow you or they not, and you ain't got time to figure that out. You have time to do everything else. So I could see thinking about the video again, I could see where he was lacking there, because that should have never happened. But my thoughts on this, because I'm a step parent, so honestly, I do believe that it needs to be a conversation. I'm not just gonna hit someone else's child and we didn't discuss and make sure that the other person is okay with that. Because I have to consider that. If it was me, I don't want nobody hitting my child unless it's the father or me, because I don't trust people. So I see a comment earlier from Sean Bowden. It said that at the end, it says that he has to know the character of that man, right? So I believe in that. I got to know you and what you're about first. What are you about? Because you're not just about to be hitting my kid. Why? Because some of y'all are abusive. You already gonna neglect him or her anyway, because you don't like them, or that's not my child type of thing. I gotta make sure that, and even though you got married to, let's say, my ex, he could have missed I'm just saying, it could be disrespectful or not, but his judge of character could have been missed and didn't see that part. Step parents are different. A lot of step parents will be lovable to that man, and we're talking about stepmom, will be lovable to that man, and they hate the kid. I've seen it in my own eyes. It's like a light switch. let the dad walk outside. You really hear what their stepmoms be thinking about, and the man would never know. So me seeing that, and I'm like, wow, like it's so weird that I don't know. I gotta know you first. And then there's some instances where the other party is not involved. So you do whatever your husband is saying. If he's saying that you can discipline the child, if y'all agree on whippings or whatever, however you guys do that, and he says, yes, you are allowed to hit my child, then you go ahead and do what you got to do. But I think it needs to be a conversation regardless. I don't think people should just be hitting kids just because someone says something smart. Like, let's think about the best result, especially if the child is older. Kids today can call the authority and be like, oh, yeah, they did this to me. So you got to learn the law. I also saw that the actual King Smith said, rather it's standard language for the courts. I'm going to screenshot it and post it on my community page. Every other family's agreement said maybe Maryland knows why it should be that way. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. There was one he said that Maryland, here it is. I shared Maryland's custody agreement that says only the biological parents can discipline the kid.
Yeah, we talked about this on Monday, and he actually pulled it up. I think it was his actual agreement that pretty much said only the biological parents can discipline the children. So
that's interesting.
I didn't know that was
like this. Yeah.
a custody agreement. I'm gonna just leave it there. I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was part of a custody agreement. I thought it was more so just, time, who gets time, visitation, all that good stuff. But as far as discipline, I didn't know it went that deep into a custody agreement unless, you were to actually verbally say what you wanted in there. But I didn't know that was a part of it. Maybe it's just a Maryland thing. I mean, we ain't that far from each other, but I didn't know.
Yeah. So co-parenting is hard. Only seeing one positive co-parenting situation, but it's not easy because everybody has to be, like you said, that village. They have to all be in agreement, and we're talking about a child or children. So it's conversations, communication. If one person don't agree, it is what it is. You can't force the other party to be like, yeah, you can hit my kid, or yeah, you cannot. Then you're gonna have to not, because they're gonna come to your house and whoop your ass. Like, this is how it's gonna be. Because honestly, if I told them no, let's say they did have a conversation and I said, no, you cannot hit my kid, then I guess I'm rolling up. Then I'll make sure that my kid is somewhere being taken care of by grandma, and I'm rolling up. They ain't gotta know that I came over here to address you, but we gonna have this conversation right now. And then, not saying we gotta fight, but I want to let you know that you cannot do this. And if you do, let's talk about it. Call me if my child did this. And sometimes, you're in spirit of moment. You're like, damn, what this kid just tell me, right? And you get upset. But okay, this child has another parent. Call me. Yeah. And let's talk. Just like in school, kids do crazy things in school all the time. And what they're supposed to do, call. Regardless, you just hold them and make that phone call. That's all you got to do.
And then you don't want to necessarily always be focusing on the punishment. You really have to focus on the actions and what's going on with the child. Like, I remember when I was younger, I got in trouble a lot, but nobody really wanted to get to the root of what was going on with me, like where I was emotionally and things like that. Yes, parents are the parents, and it's like, okay, well, you got to do this because of this, and you got to go to school because of this, and you got to listen because of this. But when you don't have closeness with your children, that you have to have some type of closeness with your children, and it's an emotional proximity to them, right? You need to know why they are acting the way that they are acting. She said, well, she don't act that way with me. And it's like, okay, well, maybe emotionally she in a different space when she over here. So we got to figure out, we have to locate her. We have to figure out where she is when she's in this environment and not make her feel bad about it or not make her feel, like she's the problem because she's not with her biological mom and her dad. She's with this other woman who's in here loving on dad. You got to emotionally locate your child. And beating is not always the answer. It is not always the answer. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, but you can't. That's not always the answer because then you'll be further and further away in proximity of your child emotionally if that's what you're going to result to. So you also have to, like I said, sometimes the kids teach the parents, and the parents don't even really know that they learning a lesson. They don't even know that their kid is taking them to class. They don't know that, that temper tantrum should be teaching you something. Instead, you ready to go get the note. You ready to go get the switch. You ready to go say, for me back in the day, it was write 100 times, write this Bible verse, do this, do that, do this, but you have to really emotionally locate your children because if not, then they're going to run amok. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, they got attitudes. They got like, no, you need to really know. You have to be in tune with your children.
There's some babies that, I guess, depending on the age, they have probably never seen their parents together, but they watch TV. They've seen other people's parents, other children's parents together, and they'll act different with the new spouse or the new girlfriend or boyfriend just because they know that's not their mom or that's not their dad. You know what I'm saying? And to your point, when I was in a barbershop, my son mother was like, I think 7 months pregnant, and it was the brother that was leaving. He was like, my barber, we was cool. He was told him that I was having a son. So he was leaving out and he just stopped and turned around and put his stuff down. And he looked me in my eyes. He was like, listen. He said, listen, when they crying, it's for a reason. I was looking at him, I was like, okay, what you telling me that? So it wasn't until the third time I got woke up 2:00 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning is what I called it, that I remember I understood why, because I was pissed. I was like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I was angry. I'm like, this little infant, but my son had been in a NICU for the first 90 days of his life. So I'm like, I'm angry with this little baby that's been through hell, just because I woke up, and then I understood why. So when they're acting out and whatever, like this, what new parents need to understand, especially NICU parents, when they're crying, they're doing it for a reason. I had seen the TikTok thing earlier today or yesterday, where this kid smacked his mom and the lady caught herself. She was like, you know what I'm saying? But then they said something like, take the baby hand and say gentle, gentle. And then the baby did it. So they're doing stuff for a reason. They're doing stuff for attention. You have to just find out that reason. And that begins the communication process between parents to have that closeness, like you was just talking about. They're doing stuff for a reason. And we have to be the advocate. But like you said, if you're not a self advocate, you don't think for yourself to go, damn, you know what? When I was doing this, I really meant this. They're probably doing the same thing, given the fact that they're 6 months or 3 or 2. And it just, you have to go into that little, they can't communicate, but you have to give them the opportunity to communicate with you and for you to understand what they really want, being that you're that parent. So it's a fun process when you can figure it out, but it get frustrating. And parents, stuff like that, like I got in a barbershop, it goes far. We need to prioritize that in communication with everybody versus all the other DMP conversations we have.
Yeah, we do need to conversate more. Like I learned from other moms, and it would be like simple stuff. I remember there was a time where, before I had my own kids, my stepson, he would go to sleep at like 11 p.m. right? Because I didn't have to get up early to take him to no daycare because I was watching him, right? And I was like, but I don't have time with me and my husband. Like, I need time with me and him. I can't just let this little kid just run everything. I was telling one of my mom friends, I said, yeah, I don't know. She said, "Oh, just put his ass to sleep at 8:00 or 7:00." And I was like, "Yeah, duh, bedtime." It's a stupid reason why I didn't think of it. I'm just like, not knowing. I'm not even a parent. I'm just parenting, right? And you learn. So as simple as that, having that communication with someone or that can help you. And that's what we were talking about earlier. You just gotta talk. Learning from y'all too, you gotta understand. Cause like I said, I got 4, 3 are biological mine and they're young. So I got a 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and they're boys. They're different. Yeah.
Sound like
It's
fun.
it's a lot of hype. So I just have to learn. And then I'm like the only child. So it's like 2 things. I don't know how to be around so many people. It was just me and my parents. So I'm still learning, like, I have to, like, okay, this is normal. It's okay. They could run. They could do this. They could do that. They're boys. Let them be boys. I don't have to control everything. You just learn as you go. But it's just interesting.
If they don't run into a corner or like the edge of the table, they live.
I don't know. I always I couldn't be a boy mom.
Thank you for that.
But I would always be like, "You okay? Is everything okay?" Like I would always be like on edge.
Yeah, it's
like,
hard. It's hard for women.
My heart feeling like it's about to drop every 2 seconds if I had boys.
Yeah, y'all just, I don't know why y'all baby the boys the most. They the tougher ones. The girls they just shoot. You
I
look
know
at
you
them wrong, they cry.
Just that you just don't. I don't know. I don't know how it would be as a boy mom, but it's just like you just don't want. Yeah, I would be softy. But I don't know. You just don't want to see your child like in pain,
Absolutely.
even if they just falling or falling off the monkey bar or whatever. It's just like, all right. And like you said, Lady Di, you have four boys.
So I got 4 boys, and I just said 3 are biologically mine, and they're young. So the my oldest is 13. So there's like really no comparison, such a large age gap that they're in 2 different phases. So you got a teenager, about to hit puberty, and then you got young ass kids, 6, 4, and 2. Like, like it's different. So I got a lot of stuff going on
between mom and dad. They got big bro. You know what I mean? They got. I think that's actually a good dynamic because it's like, all right, we got mom and dad, but we got big bro. We could like confide in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they used to do that a lot.
Yeah, and so not to say it takes the pressure off of you guys, but definitely the oldest child, they're really going to, little boys or little brothers always want to be like they older brother. It's like they following behind them, they on the court, the little ones on the court. Like, I don't know, I think it would be cool to have a little boy, but I don't think I have 4 children. I only got one. I only
Wait. You said it would be cool to have another kid. We gotta find you Mr. Right.
Well, of course, but I don't know.
We need to have a show about finding you Mr. Right. That's all I'm saying. I'm just asking. I'm sorry. I just had to ask this. World class, you single?
I'm open to it.
I'm officially retired. I'm not single. I'm not single. I'm not in a relationship. I'm not celibate, and I'm not dating. I may or may not console here and there. I retired 3 years ago because I was out. You know what I'm saying? I needed a break. I got tired of playing.
Oh, wow.
I understand. Okay.
Retired. Yeah, you just gotta put the jersey up a little bit. Take a couple seasons off.
Yeah, get that break, reset.
Y'all gonna do like a Kendra G or like, what is it? The Pineapple Show? I'm gonna just come up there and hate.
Precious, yeah. I didn't really share this thought with her, but I'm doing it now. We need to do that.
Ask for forgiveness, then permission. No, I'm just kidding.
we need to do that soon. We're gonna set it up one day. One day.
You can see it with she got this. to the side. You know what I'm saying? We like that. That's a good look.
Thank you.
It's a
You're
good
welcome.
look.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go back short, real short, real soon. So
Like Eve.
Tired already?
yeah, I just like my short haircut. I'm just so I don't know. I'm just so used to it. I just like it better.
Yeah.
So
I look like a Colombian drug lord right now, but I
coming back,
fix it.
coming back soon to a screen near you.
All right, yeah, we're gonna get back into that conversation later, but just expect it, you guys. We're gonna try to find Mr. Right for Miss Precious over here because she shows so many great wife-like qualities,
Mm-hmm.
and women like you need to, if you are interested, which I know you are, need to be married or with someone exclusively to be married soon, right? Get off the street. That's what that is. You're on the street, gotta get off that shit and be with somebody. And it's a lovely thing. Cause there's women out here that's single and they don't need none of that because they a piece of they need to go work on themselves, right?
Yeah,
But
no,
not saying that we're perfect. I'm just saying they're nowhere near to being in a relationship. Obviously, we're seeing people leaving their kids at home, right? Thinking that that's okay. Either she on drugs or she not. So women like yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? They single for a reason. You need to be like, okay, cool. I got this. Let me go see where he at. So yeah.
this is
I
true.
think too, like one of the talking points whenever we having relationship conversations is you married? Like, where's your person? And which is their favorite word, disingenuous, because if we having relationship problems, people should be more cautious and take their time. I know
Yeah,
it was cool and cute to hear Kevin Samuel say in 6 months, but we should realize that there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot more understanding and hashing out that we have to do before we really make those commitments. And I think going forward for the next 2 decades, you're gonna see more over the internet relationships than ever. Probably gonna end up being like 30% of marriages eventually. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be a lot of communication, and I'm fostering a solution, although I'm retired, on how to fix things to solve all the problems that and concerns that both sides have. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say it later. I don't want to say it now, but I just think it's gonna take thought, and I think actually it's gonna take wisdom to fix the problems that we got in relationships. So don't let people guilt trip you into not having, not having. It's not about having. It's about getting the right fit. It's really not about getting. It's about the right fit, the corresponding person, the person that fits your life, and the person in life you fit, and really taking that time, because what is a year to a century?
right.
If you put a family together and put a legacy together that lasts a century or two, what is a year? We're really figuring it out, really getting with each other. We get. I had to retire because I got into the drawers too fast. You know what I'm saying? For like my first, too fast. You know what I'm saying? If I did it my life over,
You be
you know what I'm
honest.
saying? Say it again.
I said you being hot, honest, open, and transparent. You know.
That's too fast. So I had to slow down. I think a lot and ask more questions, because there's a lot of women that I spent time with that didn't deserve my time. You know what I
Right.
mean?
That's
And
it.
that's a big part of it. We do too much of that just to feel like, or make the look. Oh yeah, I got this, I got that, and it's not about. You'll get everything but you. You
Mhm.
get this person, get that job, you got everything in check but you. So don't let people guilt trip you. Anybody, and that's anybody, not just Precious or myself. You want the right fit, and it's a lot to talk about. And these conversations we have on YouTube can facilitate some of that. You can pull away a question to ask somebody or concern to ask somebody that help you get closer to a person or help you get closer to that person that fits you. And I think it's a benefit
I
than
believe,
what
yeah,
we've seen.
you have to find the right fit. I like that you said that. You have to be friends. And at first, I never really agreed to this until it happened for me. And then I see why it's needed. In order to get to know someone and to be honest with them or feel open to be honest with them, you have to be friends. And it does not have to be a long time. It could just be, you're talking to them over the year. And little conversations add up. You start to go, oh, wow. You look at the person's character, all these things. And then, okay, she seems like a decent person or he seems like a decent person. Let's move forward. Let me say I'm interested. Let y'all express that. Now you have those deeper conversations because you want to make sure this person is going to be committed. Bump the love. We talking about commitment, long term, because you could love somebody and divorce them. So, but when you are committed to them, that's where you need to see, are they going to stay with you? Because you're not going to do nothing to harm them. People are leaving for the littlest things. Are they going to stick around for it? Those are the type of conversations. Now, you're not just going to ask them that question. Are you going to stick around if I didn't know? It's just conversation and common sense. That's it. You set up your questions and you set up scenarios. You could watch a movie. I always say, if you don't know how to ask, watch a movie of some crazy shit and see how you like that. Oh, wow. Dang. Oh my gosh, I would do the same thing. And then they be like, yeah, me too. Cut. You understand? You gotta play it. Cause sometimes you're not gonna know, because there are people who, just want you for the things that you have. So for men, I always say, don't show your money. You could look like you got money or whatever. Don't show it though. I don't care, because you don't know if she with you for that dollar or she with you for you.
But I don't even think that a woman should go in thinking about money. Like, I want to know who you are. Like, I want to know who the man is. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not. I always say that I'm very simple. Like, the most simplest things with me, like, but as far as the money and women going in for the money, how are you not getting to know a man? Like, how are you bypassing who this human is to just want to use him for his money?
Because they don't want the man.
I don't understand that. I don't even have that type of finesse, child. I don't even have the finesse for that. So I don't even know how women are doing this and men are falling for it.
That's what wife's what's her name? Wife podcast, wife school podcast. That's what she told me. She said they don't want the man, they want the lifestyle.
Right, but how do you so that must be really who they are. But my thing is, how are you in a relationship with this man? Like, what does day to day look like is what it like to me, because I can't be in nothing fake. I'm all about real. Like, I've been adopted, and being adopted is almost like marriage. You're just younger. You know what I mean? Like, you got to go to the court. You got to get, your work done. You're literally just younger. So I feel like I've been through it already, just on a parental level. And I always felt like, my mom couldn't have kids. So it was almost like, they wanted kids and things of that nature. And then boom, here comes me. But when I'm in a relationship with somebody, it's going to have to be real. Like, there's going to have to be some type of realness there. I'm not just there just to be there to fill a deficit for you. You know what I mean? There has to be a connection on both levels. So the women who use the men, what are they? Are they lying every second of the day? Are they? I just don't understand how that's a strategy and a tactic to be with a man, and the man is really not seeing what's going on. I
said this on I said this on This Might Be Risky's show, and he made he made 2 lives and a video about it. Basically, you said how men don't know. It just came up that I was saying that men are just slow, dumb, whatever you want to call it. Because how don't you know? How, you don't know this because of what? Because I always say, let's say you're paying that you offered, first of all, some of these men are offering to pay bills, and you notice there's no change in her behavior. Like, she's doing things that's not even girlfriend material, but you continue to do this because you think what? So I think that some men just don't understand women, and they need to learn some of them are not of your best interest and they want you for your money. And there's nothing we could do to change that. Because like you said, I don't understand that either. But I think that they're not just with the man, they're with the money. The man is a non-existent. You're a man, because the only person that's going to provide it is the man. The lady, unless you're a lesbian, you got to go to a man to get these things. So they make sure they find someone that has it, and they just go do that. They're living a lifestyle of not relationship. It's just what I can gain from you. And that is very easy to do if that's your mindset. We don't have that mindset because we're into relationship, communication, talk, do I really care for this person? How can I make this person happy? They're not thinking about that. That's nowhere in their brain. So it's easy for them to do that. They're living a life of manipulation.
Yeah, for a lot of people. Damn, I can't even say that. A lot of these things that are walking around on two legs, pretending to be people, other people are just flesh kiosks to them or ATM to them. Just some shit you press and push buttons and you get what you want. That's all they are.
A girl on she was actually on my Peeve, and she was talking about how she used to, it's not her lifestyle now, but how she used to truly manipulate men. And it's just like, dang, like do you not have any type of empathy? Like, do you not have any type of anything in your soul for humanity? Like, you know what I mean?
You ever hear a booster playing? Like a thief? You ever heard them like playing? And you just like, you really try to find a way to steal some shit out of the store with a gun? Like, it's like, we don't, if you're not like them, you can't understand them because you just not them. Like it's like their mind, the way their mind work, they really think that's their identity. That's how they live. And you can't, if you're not them, you're not gonna really understand it. It's just best I got is those type of people do stuff like that, and I give up. It's weird.
I just and then on top of that, I just it's just for men to go along with it or be okay with it, or I don't know. It's just
Yeah. Even on that end, it's just if he's taught that that's just how women is, that's just what they do. Nigga, no, the fuck. They'll just keep accepting that bullshit. No, nigga, bitch, fucking hell no. I'm not doing that shit. You ain't gonna keep playing this with me. Shit, hell no.
Yeah. I say don't accept it. I just want some men to be aware of it. Like, you got to know that this exists, and you got to know what it looks like. That's what it is. Just like we as women got to know what men that don't want nothing from you but sex. We got to know what that look like.
Right.
You're gonna keep getting hurt, and then you on baby daddy number 2 now. And number 3, it's easy to have a kid. Shit, that's easier than finding love these days. You just, it's easy, but what's up, Hustler and Muscler? My bad. How you doing?
Oh, not much. What's good?
What's up?
Hey.
Salute to you, Lady Di. You're looking so fly. Take the YouTube street sky. Hi.
Not hitting with the wrong.
Thank you. Make sure you guys subscribe to both of these guys' channels. We got World Class and Hustler and Muscular. World Class, what you was about to say?
I forgot. I think he was wrong. I forgot. It made me forget what I was saying.
My bad.
Oh, my bad. Damn. Well, until you think to come back to your mind, let me say my piece real quick before I go do my own panel in the next 10 minutes.
I know that's right. We be over here on this side of YouTube.
Yeah. That whole leading with your wallet. Well, I tell any man, please do not lead with your wallet, because you're going to get one of 2 outcomes. One, if she's a good girl, she's going to be like, no, you can't buy my affection. You got to do better than that. You got to step up and show me what kind of man you are. Or 2, if she's a 3 or 4 type, she's just going to take you for what you're worth, take all your money, take all your wealth and status, and just use it for what you're worth. So no, I advise anybody not to lead with their money. I know how tempting it is, because as men, we're valued strictly for what we can do. We're valued for our success, we're valued for our wealth, with value for our status and how masculine we can be. So I understand that, but you got to put character in the picture. If you have no character, no personality, it's not going to work for you. And trust me, I've had that mindset at one point, but I came out of it real quickly. I thought, yeah, if I got a job now, she gonna like me. I got a job now. But then she did me dirty. It's like, I had the wrong mindset. No, this is before the red pill became a thing, but I guess I tapped into it early in my university days. So no, don't leave with your damn wallet. And I think nowadays people get married, get with people out of convenience. Like, yeah, you got a job. Yeah, you got a car. Yeah, you got this. I'm not attracted to you. So just keep doing your manly thing while I go out and get piped down by the men I like. That's kind of like a man. That's kind of like a man getting with a woman who's average to below average in the looks department, but she's confident, she's Christian, she's traditional, she takes care of the house, she knows how to be a good, she knows how to be a good mom to the kids, but behind closed doors, he's smashing some Instagram thought because she's got better sex appeal. She's got better sex appeal. So it's kind of like that, but only in reverse. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I was kind of you said it because they were, y'all was asking why do these guys be going for it, and on these spaces we be having conversations about relationships, and it's two tiers at minimum. There's a tier for attractive to highly attractive people, and then there's a tier for attractive to unattractive people. There's two different experiences, and people be having to mix up on what women to do. Women that are attractive to highly attractive, they live an entirely different life than the average and unattractive women. They do shit that you don't. That they just. It's like it may seem vain, but it's really when you're trying to gather information on what to expect, and you're young or you're older and you only have minimal experiences. You really don't get it. You might find a cool ass chick that's attractive, highly attractive, and you think she's the norm, and she's not. They live a life that you don't understand. They can get dressed, put on a $12 dress, go sit at the bar, and this chick can be in a yacht or in a mansion or at a mansion party tonight. Average, they probably 2 or 3 months from that. They live a different life. You know what I'm saying? And what a good woman will do in the attractive, the highly attractive is different from what an unattractive to average to unattractive will get. And you guys got to understand that. So it's like I should have this. So when he's approaching a woman or what he's tolerating from a woman, right, it's gonna vary from one tier to the next tier, and they confusing and conflating the two. And you as a man got to know what tier you're in, and then that changes the conversation. So they're mixing it up, and they don't understand. Like a guy like me, a woman is not coming to me talking to me like he's gonna talk to some nigga that's talking about I make 50,000 or 100,000 submit. They don't be talking to me like that dumb shit. I've never been with no woman in my life close that didn't give me wife treatment from the beginning. Never in my life, because I'm in a certain tier to them.
Wow.
I've never in my life, black so-called black woman, I've never in my life had a woman give me any pushback on washing clothes, cleaning up, cooking. Never in my life. I've never had that, not one time. So if I'm giving advice and it's a guy that hasn't had that experience, he gonna think I'm capping. No, well, these women ain't that bad. They just need this, that, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. No, you blue pill, you just that. Listen, I live an entirely different life that you live. And the women you talking about, they live an entirely different life that you don't know nothing about. So what you think to them may be crazy. Yeah, I need $600. I need my nails done. That's what the fuck she's used to. You gotta understand she's gonna get that. I don't want to name nobody's names, but if like what's her name? Lori Harvey is gonna get 2 or 3, $10,000 or $20,000 date. Stuff the niggas don't. She's gonna get that. You can these niggas is blue pill. Not blue pill. She's in a range where she can get that, and guys gotta understand that. But the chick at Walmart, she be lucky if she can get Applebee's when it's on sale.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but you can't take a chick to Applebee's these days anymore. No,
the average chick
no
on that.
Cheesecake Factory.
She gonna eat there if she work there.
Factory. No Cheesecake Factory. None of that. No Chili's.
But it's essential to understand that when we having these conversations, man. It's because we start to convolute things when we have these money discussions when it comes to relationships. These people that live in attractive to highly attractive, these women specifically, they live an entirely different life than the average to unattractive woman, which is about 60%, at least 60% of the women, average to unattractive. I'm saying average is ugly, but go ahead.
Average ain't ugly. It's like slightly above ugly. Yeah.
You
I
said
had a
average
chick
is
tell
ugly,
me
or it is
Average is
ugly?
unattractive. No, average isn't ugly. No.
Oh,
No.
isn't ugly. So you're saying
Isn't.
that 60% of women are
Minimum.
average,
Yeah.
and they live in different lives than women who are attractive.
Dramatically different lives, yes.
like
Yeah.
nines and
But
tens in the looks department.
But so it's like, but because of how the environment and the culture is today, TikTok, whatever's popular, whatever's trending, they think they can practice that stuff. And what's happening behind the scenes is these average to unattractive women are not getting those results, and they're getting bitter. So it's like the niggas ain't shit is coming from a deeper place than it is where her big butt cousin is getting whatever the fuck is happening on TikTok, or her cute cousin is getting it and she not getting it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's fucking it up. You know what I'm saying? And they're being extra with it. And now guys are thinking, oh, we really need that. They don't really need that. They just talking shit. I don't like it. I hate niggas. I want to divest. You don't want to divest. You just want the nigga that you want, but you know you can't compete with the other chicks that's prettier than you. Because this nigga, you think these niggas is vain. But go ahead, my bad.
No, so I was actually talking to James about this the other day. I'm like, he was giving me a scenario of something that happened. And I was like, I can't relate to that because the life that I was living is different from kind of like what you said, average to attractive. I don't know that life. I can't tell you what that's like. I can tell you for me and how it was for me and what is going on there. It is very different. And to pinpoint, that's what I said earlier too, about how women are in competition. And it might be because of what you just said. Some women just don't understand the difference. You got to know who you are, what you gonna get, and we gonna keep it moving. Now, some things can change, right? If you're very feminine and submissive and all this type of stuff to the man, you can get some type of treatment, but off the back, no, you're not. And you can't expect it. So, but because we compete so much, it becomes such a negative experience for women to be friends. And that's kind of where it's lacking. And like I said, we can't really control that attractive to versus average. Like it is what it is.
Yeah, it's not your fault.
It's not even like it's a bad thing. That's the thing. It's like they're making it bad, and it's like it's not bad. It's not like you can't be with somebody.
Well, I think
whoever like that
you have to have there are some women who are just naturally beautiful, gorgeous, like they're just naturally just that way. And then there are women who pay to look like that, right? So they pay to look that way, and along with paying, they're also saying yes to a lot of things. You know, it's, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And a lot of women who aren't, necessarily nines and tens aren't going to always agree to go everywhere these men want to go or do everything these men want to do. Like, you know what I mean? So while they're getting this lifestyle, there's also a downside to the lifestyle as well.
Absolutely.
Because everything that shines isn't glitter. And we see what's going on right now in the entertainment industry with all the stuff that happens behind the scenes that we know nothing of. People getting paid, getting these allowances, but yet the horrendous things that they're doing for these men who are giving them these crazy amounts of money and giving them this lifestyle. It doesn't necessarily come with all the glitz and glory that they think that it comes with. So
I'm gonna do this video because real content creator shit from thin air. I'm gonna say it on y'all because I like y'all. Y'all dope. You know, we be having features that are more famous than us. Like we have maybe lips and height and hips and chest and muscles and stuff that are more famous than us. And then it's like these, when you're attracted to somebody, you get it's like you get this famous trending thing called the arch in her back, or her butt is 40 inch around 40 inches around, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And you can't compete with the attention that your features have. And you don't kind of catch up, kind of like the Michael Jackson shit. You way more famous than you. Like the real you can't keep up with the public perception you and all the attention you getting because your lips or your eyes or your hips or this person want to do it to you and that person want to do it to you, and you get distracted by that and you can't really compete. And then that pretty person, to your point, that person is going through shit that you don't understand, and they're just saying random shit to seem like they're in control and they don't be in control. I be seeing a lot of chicks that look like they're angry, but it's a false sense. It's a fake. It's like a self-defense mechanism. You don't really mean none of the shit you say. You don't know what to do. You're scared because I think it's a Drake verse. I can't a line. I forgot how he said it, but like who are you going to trust when everybody tell you yes? And all these people are telling you yes because you're the way you look. Because I got this red bone. I got this thick chick, this Trinidad chick, this that. She's 6 feet. You got this thing that has a name that's been here for 20, 30 years that you don't know. She don't know her, but she know what she can get from the way she look. This nigga know what he can get if he wear these Jordans, he wear these clothes, he put this suit on, this outfit, this cop uniform, this title, this tag is more famous than me. They can draw more attention than me. Right. And then there's no time for you to be you. And then that's what you see going on in these relationships. We're not relating. You got the image from TV. I like the image from TV. Let's give it a shot. The sex was good. And now we got this image going on. I don't know you. You don't know me. And that's what's going on. We're not really having relationship conversations. It's really just a over-the-counter transaction. It's like, oh, I seen that thing that I seen on TV. I met it. I bumped into it in the store.
You said that thing. Yeah, that's what it is. A thing is not a person. You're not in relations with no one. You're just there for the things that the person has on both sides, men, women. So
yeah,
it's terrible. But we got so off topic.
Didn't we? I blame y'all. It's your fault.
It was a good conversation, though.
We did, but hey, you know.
No, it's good though. This was a well-needed conversation.
Dope.
We need to talk more about this to get the underlying reason why these things are happening. Ask the questions. Yeah. People don't ask nothing. They just complain. Mm-hmm. And I learned from a long time ago, complaining doesn't get you nowhere. You gotta seek information and then take it a step further, research it now. And then you learn from experience, from people. I learned from observation. That's one of the best teachers to me. But we about to end this because this went a little further as far as time goes, which is cool. We love we love that you stopped by.
Thank you.
But it's just one last video, and this is where the lady said that she wants to cancel co-parenting. So let's get into it. Oh, wait, where did it go? Hold on.
Make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channels.
Yes.
Share it to your mama now. They ain't doing no.
Ain't doing it. For any woman that has to
Can y'all hear that? Yes.
Yeah.
Parent and heal from the same person. That really and truly has to be torture to me. And please understand,
you don't have to.
You can get it too. Like I said, don't touch my child no more, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Right, hey, y'all can have a wonderful day, have a wonderful rainy day, and how about your narrow ass answer the phone when I call next time? And I said what I said. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
I honestly feel for any woman that has to co-parent and heal from the same person. That really and truly has to be torture to me. And please understand, it's okay to take that time to heal. It's nobody ever thinks about what anybody doing until a woman decides she don't want to co-parent. Everything is cool. The disrespect is cool. Not spending time with the child. Everything is cool until a woman decides that she don't want to co-parent no more. Now, all of a sudden, you're not thinking about the child. No, like if there's disrespect still in the situation, or you need to heal from the disrespect and the things that happen, take that time. I'm telling you now, it is okay. Like, don't listen to what nobody got to say. Well, you got to think about the child. Won't nobody thinking about that child when you was being disrespected. Won't nobody thinking about that child whenever somebody was putting your life at risk and your child's life at risk and stressing you out. Nobody was thinking about the child during those times, especially not him. So with that being said, please feel free to take all the time you need to heal. Please feel free to take all, especially if disrespect is going on now. A lot of people make it seem like as women, we just supposed to take everything for the betterment of the child.
Wait, so my problem so far is that she went from two extremes. She said disrespect, and then she said basically the child is in harm's way. Which one is it? Because disrespect just mean I'm gonna call you a bitch. Harm's way mean that the child is in danger. So if you're not trying to co-parent because the dad don't know how to make sound decisions as far as keeping the child protected versus he don't like you, so he's calling you out your name. To me, that's two different things.
No, the betterment of the child, especially if you are the caregiver, the betterment of the child depends on you. Yeah, the betterment of the child depends on you as the mother. Yeah. So with that being said, take all the time you need.
Wait.
And just honestly set boundaries. Like, I can't say this enough. Setting boundaries will let you know who you're dealing with and will let you know why they dealing with you. Set those boundaries. It's either one or two things gonna happen. And set healthy boundaries. I will say that. They either gonna get in line or they're gonna get gone. And whichever one they do should be okay with you. And a lot of men be feeling like, well, or even people feel like, well, regardless of the fact of what happens, you still have to maintain a co-parenting relationship. No, I don't. No, I don't. Like, that opens the door for people to disrespect you. And I experienced this myself. And honestly, that's what I say as women. Like, I just want women to do better overall. So then that way, when they come across a woman like me, it don't look like I'm being difficult. Yeah. Because one thing about it, if respect is not on the table, I would not be at the table, child or not. And a lot of people feel like, well, other women do it. You know what I'm saying? This is how it's been happening. You know, I can disrespect my child's mother. I can talk to her crazy. And we can still have a copacetic co-parenting situation. We would not have anything.
Okay, so
tonight, I'm sorry, these women have drained my brain cells.
Was she on drugs, Precious, or was
yes,
she?
This the drugs. drugs. She's just so crazy. Like,
she was just saying random catchphrases.
Right. And honestly,
with that being said,
with all that being said, why'd you lay down with this person if you're gonna have to take a break and heal from them, even though there's a living child who needs their parent? It's just a whole bunch of, I think it's a whole bunch of jibber jabber to put something on social media. I be thinking about doing these videos of talking, and then I think about it like, girl, shut up. Like, what people going people will still do what they are gonna do. But there are some videos where it's just like, you shouldn't have hit the send button on that one. You shouldn't have hit the post button on that one, because more than likely you slept with this man, was in a relationship with this man, or gave your coochie to a man that now you're saying that you don't want him to have his child because you got to heal from him. No, what you need to do is get over the fact that you couldn't solidify a marriage with someone and actually marry them and have a child with them, so you could have your child grow up in the same house as them and don't have to worry about those issues. The thing is, even if they did marry somebody, they would be saying the same thing about their husband. Oh, it's you. I'm not gonna allow anybody to talk to me like this, and anybody to, feel like they can. Like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, who do you think that you are? I think a lot of women feel like they can control a situation now that a baby has entered the chat.
Yes.
And it's like,
Yes, the chat as well. That's
you, a
hilarious.
grown man who produced a baby with you, and this is what you're going through now? For you to try to tell him that you can stop or cut off when he sees his child and things of that nature, because you're talking about respect and disrespect and anything done out of that marriage, out of a marriage, expect chaos. I want every woman who is thinking about having sex outside of marriage right now, because I did it. Okay. I did it. And if you do it, you can't expect things to go perfectly. You can't expect to have an angel. You can't expect for communication to be perfect. No, when you do things out of order, it's going to be out of order. When you do things out of order, it's going to be out of order. And so you need to find a way for there to be a order that everyone is able to have a good flow on this order. It's not I'm cutting you out or you can't, or I'm taking your child from you, you can't see. Although I did things out of order, there's never going to be a day where I'm like, oh no, you can't go to see your dad. Never. What? There's never going to be a day where I'm coercing this type of disrespect between. No, it's a village. It's a village from here on out. So I think she's totally out of line, and to stop co-parenting or to cancel co-parenting, she's only hurting herself. I don't know why women want to do that. I don't know why they want to do that and keep the child from their parent, and you can't pick them up. No, it's, to me, it's just, you're hurting yourself and the child, of course. Of course you're hurting the child. But you're hurting yourself because you weren't created to do it by yourself. And so for you to lay down, do it with somebody else, and then try to control the situation, you're hurting yourself.
It's like you're hurting the child. Before you respond, world class, look at this. So, bringing up celebrities, you see Jeezy and his ex-wife. So, 8 times a year out of the year.
That's a shame.
Since November 2023, formal and informal efforts to establish parenting schedule have mostly failed. They have a court order to prove it. I'm just not sharing it on here.
What's the reason? 8 times? 8 days? A total of 8 days. That's sad.
Yeah. It's crazy. And it goes with basically what you just said.
That's so sad.
And it's not like she said, oh, he abused, and then you should be able to prove that. It's just because they can't get along with the scheduling. So 8 times. I don't know. To me, when you have kids, and if you guys are able to do this, living hopefully in the same state or a place where you can see your child more than 8 times a year, that's your child. Like, it's just weird. I don't know you guys' situation, but I always said, if this ever happened to me, I told James, I said, listen, if you think if we ever got a divorce, which that's not happening, but if, right, I'm moving next door. Okay, I'm gonna see my kids. The hell you thought? Now, when they 18, then I gotta figure that out. They grown. But as far as like being together, it sounds extreme, but I can't see it no other. I guess because this is me being very woman-like or motherly. I can't see it no other way. Like,
no.
I don't care if you had a wife or two. I'm gonna be right next door. Period. I'm gonna see my child. And it's not excessive, it's just natural. Like, I help make and bake the child. How the hell I'm not gonna see the child? I'm good on that. And if the fact that you men have to deal with this shit, mind blows. I don't understand how women could do this to y'all. It's so sad. And it's really nothing I mean, you could try to get full custody and stuff, but sometimes that don't even work. I've seen a man, his child got taken away from him and he was doing the right thing, all because they were favoring the mothers. I mean, this happens a lot, and it's like the saddest thing. I have, as a lady, we have more control. So when I say I'm gonna move next door, because that's what the hell I'm gonna do. But y'all can't do that. Because if I said no, guess what's not happening? You ain't coming. Court order, right? And it's sad that y'all don't have rights. That's what I'm trying to bring up.
Yeah, that's the thing that kind of brought me to the space. I was going to do the same thing. I have no idea what it's like to know you're an awesome parent. You've done nothing to the child. Like, I don't have no criminal record. They don't even give me tickets no more because of how I act in court. So I don't get traffic tickets no more. Know you're an awesome parent, and you can be violent and hostile and get your child, but you can't, because then you won't be able to be a parent because you're gonna go to jail. And you have no idea what that's like. And a lot of women don't have an idea what that's like, and that's what I was talking about when I first came in here. What that girl did was dressed up what is called child alienation. That's what it's called in court. And what the Asian chick, Jeezy baby mama, wife, whatever, ex-wife, what she's doing is child alienating. And the rhetoric that she was spewing, for you to have to heal from the same person that you got to co-parent with, as if any of that is on the same level of a child needing a dad or that other parent, it's mind-boggling to me. Oh, you were disrespected. I'm pretty sure if we had the text messages and videos of her baby daddy, and we were comparing what was disrespect, and we took her definition, I'm pretty sure she would be the more disrespectful one. You can see it in her face. But this is the stuff that they try to ignore. And this is why these repeal spaces be existing, because it's specifically this conversation actually is what it started. The manosphere and all that was this particular topic as men's rights, which I don't acknowledge men's rights. I acknowledge the child's rights to their child. I mean, to their, their birthright to their father and mother. You know what I'm saying? So because that's what they use for child support, is the birthright that the child has to their parents' finances and lifestyle. But they don't do it for the child that be able to have both parents equally in their life. That part is funny. And while the government and the state is taking most of the child support for themselves, and that's another conversation. But the language, again, like I said earlier, the intel industry that need to be created when you have chicks like that giving bullshit information. You really talking like she was a guru, like she was really talking like she was kicking game. What y'all say? She was talking like she ate just then, but she didn't. You just saying I'm going to be irresponsible and incoherent for my feelings. I'm a prioritize, which is the reason a lot of men are checking out when it comes to marriages and relationships. Chicks will always prioritize their feelings off of everybody else's respect, while saying that they were disrespected, because you won't allow them to disrespect you. They'll call that disrespect. And that's the shit that irritates us. And it doesn't make any sense. We're talking about two separate things. That's why I don't like the statement single mother. There's no such thing as a single mother. Your relationship status and your parenting are two distinct things. It's not a fucking tax identity. So who you saying single for in the first place? Are you going to go on a date with your fucking child? And what are you talking about? Single mother, single parent doesn't exist. I'm a dad. My son mother is a mother. I don't give a fuck who she fucking. She don't care who I'm fucking. I don't have nothing to do with anything. There's no such thing as a single mother. But that's their mindset. My relationship status precedes my parenthood. It's set in order. And that's how they think. And they will be mothers. This is what we watch. They will be parents depending on what dick they get and who they fucking. And that's the shit that's irritating as fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's really weird, man. It's a weird conversation to see them talk with so much brevity and arrogance, like she was doing. Like it's healing. It's not healing to be a piece of shit. You're being a bad mom. You went through labor, lady. You had to get the epidural or chose not to get it and go through pain. Okay, don't stop. Granted, I had to go through that process, but it hurts. It still hurts. Being a parent hurts. Being the leader hurts. Being honest hurts. It doesn't feel good. Suck it up. Keep it pushing. It's not fair. You had 20, 30, or however old you were before you got pregnant, or before you had your first child, you had all that time, 2 decades, about average, right? You had that time frame. It's the child's turn now. Prioritize them, not your damn nasty ass attitude. And I'm gonna be respected. And I shouldn't have to be. What the fuck do you think come with making a child with a person and the relationship don't work? What do you think comes with that? Y'all broke up because somebody disrespected somebody. Oh, you got to deal with the person that disrespected. Nigga, you fucked him. Was you thinking about that when you was sucking and fucking dick? All right then, get your goofy ass the fuck out of here. All that stupid shit. It's just stupid as fuck. This shit don't make sense.
That's what I'm saying, man. These videos tonight got my brain on. I'm gonna have to go to sleep right after this. Like, I'm not even gonna watch a show because I'm gonna be like, how are these people thinking like this? Like,
just keep saying anything.
It's
With that being said,
yeah, that was just too much. She rather alienate someone after a child gets here rather than just avoiding it altogether and just keeping her legs closed to someone that was disrespecting her. You know, it's just, you can't complain after the child gets here. You know, I'm a mother, but I carry myself differently because I'm going to handle my responsibilities. I'm not going to blame nobody. I'm not going to go down to the welfare office and say I need X amount of money. No, I'm gonna work. I'm going to do what I have to do. I'm not going to, you know, put my daughter's father through unnecessary craziness because it's unnecessary. We both, you know, made this decision. All we can do is co-parent and raise her in the best environment there is. Right. Between me, him, my parents, his parents. Like, she's loved on all angles, all directions. But when you have that type of spirit in you and you are the mother, because she wants to talk something, well, I'm the mother and I can and I can. You are going to raise a child that's just like that. And you don't have to say, oh, you need to say this and you need to say that. They can just see it and feel it and sense it coming off of you in your speech and how you deal with people and how short you are or how nasty you are. You know, all those things rub off on children. You don't have to necessarily coach them. You can just be it.
Yeah.
They're going to follow right in those footsteps. A lot of stuff is passed down to us.
Mm-hmm.
It's passed down to us, right? So if you're not the one breaking the cycle or breaking the chain of certain activities, temperaments, attitudes, patterns, and your family history, then don't expect the child to just miraculously, you know, be different. When you're not trying to be different. So, you know, women out here who have these children, but then want to, you know, talk about the child like he's the scum of the earth and keep the child from, you know, you have to be accountable for your actions. You do. And you have to do the best that you have to turn from those ways and make the best decisions that you can, make an honest living out of, you know, what you can do as far as working and resources and things like that. But to tear down a man, to take his child from him, to, you know, be purposely vile like that, it's not going to do anyone any good, especially the child. You know, especially the child. I think women they're just being so selfish that they're not even thinking about the child, or they think the child is so little at this point that the child ain't going to pick up. And no, it's absorbing that child is absorbing everything.
That's why it's important for men to know when a lady loves and cares for you, no matter who comes in between, kids and all. Because if that lady does not love you or like you as a man, then when and if you guys split, it's hell.
Right.
So I could just use one of my examples from my life. My mom divorced my dad because she ain't want to be with his ass no more, right? From things that happened. And when I was 10, but my mom never put him on child support. And she never took me away from him, even though their relationship was over. She left him. She didn't let that, okay, well, you're not a dad no more. Like, how does that? They don't even go together. Y'all not together, but he is still a father.
Mm-hmm.
So you gonna be one. That's up to you. Like it's like, some men they don't want to be a parent because they're trying to get revenge, or they don't like the mom, or all of these crazy stories. But that's just that person. You don't have to act like that. You still have to care enough for the child and then that man. It's not just about the child, it's that man too. He deserves to love on his child like you're loving on me every day. And I'm saying that we got to be able to know these type of people who understand that dynamic. And when they don't and y'all split, it's done. You're going to go through hell. And sometimes you got to learn by being in that experience, right? But then your next time you have a child, you better be understanding and looking and being watchful. You could do it again, but then you're going to have more drama.
Mm-hmm.
We got to understand what this looks like. All of this stuff has a face. I don't care what nobody says. It is there. We just have to take the time and not rush and be patient. We don't have to have everything some people, they rush because, oh, I'm 30. I need to have this now. And they just pick any old body.
Mm-mm.
Nah, like you could be 50. It don't
see
matter.
For me to have a husband, I'm just want to be out here. Okay, because I ain't rushing into nothing with nobody at all.
Don't, because if not, like I see people get remarried, rushing, got the wrong ass person. I'm like, damn. Like if you just took one extra year, I think you were talking about you retired. Take that time. You need time, like for real. It's a real thing because you could fuck up twice.
Yeah.
Like people get remarried 3, 4, 5. Like you could be doing that. Like bump that. Your sanity is important.
After two times it's you, just like old boy that we looked at earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But to watch how she couch, right? Not just her, because it happens in these so-called communities that we in. To watch her couch child alienation as I was disrespected, and now I'm healing. It's crazy. That's why when you say it, they'll sit there and say, "No, we don't. We won't be doing that," because they've already dismissed the reality in their mind and put their new rebranded fake shit. Oh, no, I was disrespected. I'm healing.
I wonder
And
what
now I
they
go,
look like. Like, yeah, girl, she preaching. That's a word. Like, no.
On the comments,
I wonder what the because healing from somebody that you currently have to co-parent with, it's like, what? What are you healing from, girl? You laid down and busted it wide open from that for that man.
it's a whole court order. It's like it don't have nothing to do with it. Like it's crazy.
So I'm gonna read some of the comments. It says
you're supposed to be in. Go ahead.
It says, "This is me right now. I've accepted the fact that I'll be called bitter. Amen. Got myself stressed or disrespected being nice. Facts. Dealing with this now, it causes unnecessary stress, and I would rather continue to parent alone without communicating with him."
Wow.
People don't understand. It's another comment. People don't understand how devastating it is to raise a child while heartbroken, while feeling betrayed by the other parent. This is the light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, wow.
Why are they, like you said, why are they mixing this together? Like it's two separate. Even me being married, like I got my husband and I got my kids. That's two separate things. We parent these kids together and we love on each other separately. It's two separate, like the way how I love him and the way how I love them is different. It ain't the same. I don't give a fuck. It don't matter what he do. It's different. So how I treat him, how I treat them, they can't come in between that. So the fact that these women are mixing them together is mind-blowing.
It's scary.
This says me, I'm not co-parenting at all. My mental health is set up more important. What's going on? This is on
Forget about
TikTok.
My mental health.
Yeah.
Their child not gonna come up in none of them conversations. None of them comments is gonna prioritize the child. Not one. It's gonna be just them. My, me, my, I.
Yep. I don't want a co-parent because I'm still getting disrespected and he's using our child as a pawn to hurt me, but I can't keep our daughter away because I'll get in trouble.
I'll. That's most of the sentences. I, me, I, my, me, I.
Yep.
But if she could, she would. If she could keep the baby away, she would. My thing is, I truly don't understand that. But then again, I had two parents who raised me, so I do understand, the dynamic of having that other parent in, the life of the child. But people who don't want to have a parent involved in their child's life, to me, I ain't gonna say it's the drugs. I'm just gonna say that it's something not right up there.
Stupid.
It's something not right because if it took two of you to have the baby, don't you think it's going to take two of you to raise it?
Nope, because they was raised by their single mom.
Of course not. Yeah,
they'll survive.
Yeah.
It's the fact that they want to raise kids how they were raised is funny. Some of these women were raised by women that didn't have the father around. So I know for a fact they didn't like it. I know for a fact that they're searching for their dad. I know for a fact that they asking their dad why you're not around. Or if the man is around, I know they're asking why are you and my mom not together? These are questions that kids think about and they're going to figure out and try to get answers to it. So the fact that some of these women, you were that child, why the fuck would you want your kids to be in that same situation? Meaning you're not like if you split up, okay, but the co-parenting is still important.
Right.
You can't change the past, but now you're still a parent. So you want your child to go through not having a parent? Like, you know how much trauma that goes on with that?
It's that comment section you just looked at.
Yes.
It's the hood, like the hood, we got the boys got the drug dealers, that's what we confide in. And then women got the sisterhood, shit like that.
But
where they'll say,
see that how that ain't a sisterhood though? Like
exactly, you know what I'm saying? But that's just like the gangs ain't really love. Right. But that's what we call it, right? But see, they'll in that same comment section in that culture, they'll say we don't do struggle love. But y'all struggle bond. You won't stop that. I will struggle bond all day. You will do the same shit and produce the same. You'll produce this. Listen to the same information that's going to create the same exact circumstances you came from. But you don't want struggle love from the nigga, but you're gonna have struggle love with your homegirl. Okay, you're right.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
And leave him at home for 5 days so you can go on a freaking cruise.
That part.
Oh my gosh. How do you get in a car, on a plane, on a boat?
Yeah, wait for the train and shit. Wait for the boat.
Right.
The
babies. These kids, like, oh my God, like anything could happen to them. Someone can bust up in the house, like
they can open the door and leave. Like my kids open my door. So
anything. Like
when they under 2 years old, all they try to do is take themselves out every day. They try to delete themselves all day, every day. That's all they do. I don't understand. You gotta watch them. Something wrong with them. They're crazy.
But it's not just the young girls thinking like this, because I remember have a conversation with somebody and they was like, oh yeah, I would leave my daughter while I went to Philly. Like we're about realistically, we're about 45 minutes away from Philly, but I always say like 15, 20 minutes because you're just so used to going there that it don't seem that long. But if you put it in the GPS, we're about 45 minutes away from Philly. And they was like, oh yeah, I would go to Philly for the whole day and just leave my daughter at home by herself. I said, are you serious?
That's crazy.
What?
That's crazy.
Why would you? But again, I was raised real strict. There was no sneaking in and out of the house. We had alarms that you opened a window and the alarm went off. Like my parents didn't play any of that. So think I just have that. So like, you know, you didn't want your parents to be strict, but then you became an adult and you're like, oh, I see why they were strict. Like, you know what I mean? So then when you become a parent, you do adopt a lot of those strict ways too. And there it's just like, yeah, no, nope, I'm not going to Philly and you're just here by yourself. There's so many things that you could get into. And how do you feel comfortable as a parent doing that? I don't know.
So
You know
it
how many
seems
times you
Like attachment piece to it or what, but it's just I just couldn't find myself doing it. I just wouldn't go. Y'all ain't gonna see me. I'm in the house. See y'all when I see y'all, but I'm not just peacing out and locking the door behind me thinking that everything is just gonna be fine. Like we live in this world full of, you know, gummy bears and fluffy pillows. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like people evil
sprinkle,
out.
sprinkle.
Yeah, sprinkle, whatever. People are evil. And for people to be so naive and just so carefree is just, I don't understand it. But again, thank you, Mom and Dad. I appreciate you very much. For real.
This is my last thought, and I'm about to take my ass to bed. I don't know about y'all, but
Yeah, I'm not tired. You know.
I was thinking that I thought being nurturing was natural. And the reason why I say that is because I became a stepmother before I became a mother. Like I said, I was parenting, but I wasn't a parent yet. I was saying that because that was my life. It came natural to me. I couldn't stop it. It just was there. I came in and I took over. And, you know, James appreciates the stuff that I did before we were even married. But I thought it was natural. How come when you carry a child, you don't have that natural, like, common sense of, I cannot leave my child. It shouldn't be, oh, I was raised in safety. It should be something that just came within because you were growing a human.
Right.
You pushed the child out or you had surgery. You had to eat, if you breastfed or not, you got to feed this kid. The kid, it can't do nothing. You have to teach the kid how to roll over and all of these things. So at least for the first year, you are an active mother. And the fact that I can't leave my kids by themselves because I'm gonna think they're gonna get hurt is not natural. What the fuck? You got to teach women how to take care of their kids now. Like I'm lost.
Well,
I'm lost with it. That's my thought. I'm lost.
Again, like I was saying earlier, I was protected, so I know what protection looked like. You know what I mean? I was protected, so I know what protection can do and what it can produce. When you're not protected, you out here to fend for yourself. So although a child comes out of you and it changes your title to mother, doesn't mean you know what to do. It doesn't mean you know how to raise these kids. It doesn't mean you know what protection looks like. And as far as women being nurturing, yes, we are nurturing, but at the same time, when you have women that haven't been nurtured, then they haven't nurtured themselves. They surviving. They, you know what I mean? They trying to figure out where the next this is coming from, where the next dollar is coming from, so I don't think that every woman who has a child is capable of mothering that child. I honestly don't think that's the case.
It pisses me off because stop having the kid. Like, okay, wait. Let me say this with a disclaimer. If you get pregnant, okay, I'm not talking about if you get pregnant, but before the pregnancy, don't get pregnant. Like, I don't understand why you got to get pregnant. I do not blame men. I blame you, women, period. You have to protect your body. So you have to do things so you don't get pregnant. I don't care what that man does. If you don't have the protection for yourself, then you can't get pregnant. I don't care what he shot up. And you shouldn't even be letting him shoot up. That's the thing. Like I said, we all make mistakes. But when we go from 2, 3, 4, 5, right? he shouldn't be doing that anyway. 1. 2, if he did, you should have protection to block that shit. Don't have kids. You don't have to be a mom. You could wait until you get your life together. I don't know why you gotta be a mother and live life. Like, you don't. You could just be a lady in the street trying to figure it out. And not in the street always is bad. You could just be out there trying to, I seen a post earlier today by Paradise Paris. Shout out to you. And she was saying that there was a lady who said that she was 30, single, financially stable. And she mentioned that why do men shame women who are 30, financially stable, and she doesn't have no kids and no marriage? And some men shame women who are not settling down because they're trying to get their money up. But honestly, I'd rather that than you being 30 with 3 kids and 2 baby fathers, because that's the problem. Why you got to have kids? I'd rather you say, I'm going to put my career first right now. Okay, that's better than you having all these kids, though. So 2 extremes, right? But it's still like, why you gotta be a mother? Don't have kids. It just pisses me off because these kids be suffering, and then here we go, kids growing up with trauma, and it just repeats. And then they out here to date my sons. That's what's gonna happen. Or you have a son, your son, your daughter, like they out here to date our kids.
It's the same thing.
You feel me? Like, that's why I get upset, because I'm like, shit, I got to deal with this coming up. Don't have the kids. Like, just be responsible. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, the reason I support that is because if you ladies on this side saying, listen, the women are in control of if you have a child, we telling the niggas the same thing. I don't care what the fuck she do. You put a fucking condom on, nigga. You don't want no child, cool. Or you gonna be like the nigga trying to get the chick to get the child deletion that's in this manosphere space. You have full control over your goddamn nut, nigga. You don't want no children. It's not no hard conversation. My son is here because I made a conscious decision to have him here. I don't got no oops babies. I ain't got no chick with my child. I'm about, hey, here you go. Nah, I think pull out game is elite. You do it on purpose. You be intentional. So if y'all doing it on y'all side and we doing it on our side, we should solve the problem. But niggas don't want the problem solved. They just want to complain.
That's it. Exactly. You do your part, but women got to do their part. Because they said, oh, it could slip through the condom. All these different excuses. You got to know how to do it. Do it right, and you ain't going to get pregnant. That's simple as that. I don't know how else to express it. Now, if you want to get pregnant, then you're going to be a little sloppy and things are going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. But, I mean, hey, you don't have to live that life. All right, I'm done.
I think the only thing we missed in this conversation, and we probably pick it up another day, is the jealousy of immature parents that the baby get more attention than them. And both, I've seen men do it and I've seen women do it.
The baby gets more attention.
Yeah, they even make jokes about it. You know, the baby's the new boyfriend, new girlfriend, or something like that. The baby don't be letting the other spouse be with the dad or be with the mom. Like they picking favorites and shit like that.
You know, I've seen a lot of, and I don't know if this is the same as what you're talking about, but I've been seeing a lot of videos of babies and their first words being dad. And the mom is like, don't say that, come to me. And it's like, don't say that. And y'all married, like they're married. And it's like, how you not going to, you should be happy that the baby said daddy. And you know what I mean? That the dad is very excited about it. But you can hear in her voice that it's like, dad, you ain't say mommy first? You didn't. And I think people really be feeling some type of way. But he didn't realize, I'm gonna send you the video, Lady Di. He didn't realize, because he was so caught up in the moment of his child saying dada for the first time. I don't think he was realizing how the mom was like trying to like, come here, babe, like trying to get the attention off of him. And I'm realizing it because I'm watching it and I'm like, girl, shut up. Let this man have his moment. Like, let him be ecstatic. Let him be happy that his child and his first words are dad. Who cares is not mommy? Who cares is not mama? Like, but there are, so if that's kind of what you're talking about, world class, I've seen videos that are like that, and and I don't even know if the women realize that they're doing it. You know what I mean? I don't even know if the women realize that that is a entity of like some type of jealousy and things like that. Because if not, you be celebratory as well. You would encourage the child to continue to, do whatever they're, and you wouldn't unconsciously feel as though something's being taken away from you because you bore the child.
Yes.
But it's interesting to watch. I know it sounds crazy, but it looked crazy too, and it sounded crazy when I was watching it, because it's like, why she won't let him just have his moment? It's okay. Just shut up, mom. Just, you know what I mean? Let the baby be with his dad and say dada. But she's like, no, don't say that. Come here. Come over here. Come over here. And it's like,
what? Don't say that.
It's a lot of things that's trending that's really dumb to me. I don't like the gender reveal shit because I don't like to see the parent that doesn't, that it gets the gender that they don't want, and they like, I'm like, what the fuck? What you mean? What you mean you mad? Like, what difference does it make? Like, this shit blows me. But
those are a thing. That was never like, is that what, like 10 years old, maybe? About 10?
I don't think it's that old. I don't
Not
think
even
it's 10 years. I don't even think it's 10 years. Maybe
that's the
6.
thing.
But a lot of young ladies, because if we saying the dad needs to be in the house and it makes a big difference and dads make a big difference, cool. But because when the dad is there, he can do things, and that impression will generally help the child going forward. Well, if dad's not there, those impressions will still also happen. If the little girl is seeing mom have all this power because she has a child, she's going to grow up wanting to have that same type of power. And if they're told that they are the ones that's supposed to be the main parent, and then they're seeing the child gravitate to the dad, that creates envy. And they start to, stuff I seen. So like I said, we can get there a little later, another time. I know you're sleepy. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Share it to your aunt, because I know you already shared it to your mom. Share it to your aunt. You know she ain't doing nothing but on the phone gossiping.
Which other?
Your cousins and them. I definitely appreciate y'all having me up. Definitely looking forward to next week and some of y'all other shows.
Yes, thanks for giving these ideas of topics.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're supposed to do. Like Precious said, we content creators. We just shouldn't have to ask. You know what I'm saying? We should. That's the point. It's just exchanging ideas and helping each other get smarter. Think about things that we can actually use in our real life. So, like the community I'm from, we used to trade information on health, on legal stuff. I'm used to actually giving actionable, applicable information on a consistent basis. Even my son mom, she had a doula, she had a herbalist. They would talk and give information. Dr. Savi's daughter gave me Zave, gave me the formula I use for my son. So we didn't use Similac and what's the other shit? What the fuck is that shit?
What is
Similac and
doesn't start
whatever. What is it?
Doesn't start with a P.
Something Similac and the other shit. So we use hemp milk, and we homemade hemp milk, and so she gave me the formula to do that, and we used it. So I'm used to.
That's what I did. Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
okay.
Breast milk and that.
Yes, I breastfed, and then I only did a year. That was my choice. I did 1 year. After that, he had homemade hemp milk. Like it was a recipe I used, and it had a lot of stuff. Black strap molasses was in there, was one of them, and that's what all my kids.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what we use.
Yeah.
We ain't use that dumb stuff. So, but that's what I'm used to. So when we get up on these panels, at least when I come over here, y'all can have my ideas because I like y'all. Y'all awesome. This is good.
Well, thanks. We like you too. Thanks for always pulling up and sharing too. You always share the stream. So
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you go live at all? Because I know I caught or a replay or something on a live, but do you go live often or no?
Once a week. I average once a week. But I'm looking more to switch my content to pre-records
Yeah.
and
Okay.
homemade. But I'm kind of getting out the live game. But yeah, I'm gonna be live soon. Probably this weekend. It'll be smoke shows.
Yeah, those are so funny. Yeah. Okay.
I'll be on double time over here. Appreciate y'all.
Yes.
Lady
All right.
The real precious. Shout out to y'all that hit the chat.
Yes. Thanks again, World Class. We appreciate you.
Always. Peace.
See ya. All right.
You had water and I'm over here dry as fuck. I ain't getting
No,
no.
this wine tonight. I figured this is wine tonight. Maybe that's why I'm tired. But these conversations tonight,
you was done with the second one.
It's like you got to grow up. Women have to grow up. And when I say grow up, meaning you can't be looking for no handouts. You can't be looking. You have to take care of your business. You have to be accountable for the decisions that you chose to make. You can't be out here blaming people, trying to alienate children from fathers because you can't get it together. Women have to get it together. You got to get it together. You want to be equal, but then don't even want to do the job of taking care of a child. It's like, what? So the topics tonight are great for conversation, but when it comes to, people like us, it's like we can't rack our brains around it because we would never think like that. Like we wouldn't do those things. Those wouldn't be things on our mind to do and think that it's okay. And the fact that these women in these videos think that it's okay, they truly need a reprogramming of their mind. Why are you thinking these things are okay? Who told you that this was okay? Was this done to you? Is this a cycle that we need to actually break, take a hold of and break it? Yeah. Do you want to break the cycle? You got kids now. Do you think it's time to break the cycle? You know what I mean? Again, when women have children, our minds completely change. Something happens. I need to do my little research, but I know for sure our brains change when we have children.
I thought so. I was like, this. It's like you got no.
When I say they change, it doesn't necessarily mean for the better. It just means that you are literally coming into your womanhood.
Mm-hmm.
You are literally becoming into a different person, and for some people, it goes a certain way, and you wonder, well, why did it change like that? You know what I mean? So that tells me that it's more to it than that. It's more to it than just a biological switch that goes off after you pop the baby out. That means that there's programming. There is your past coming in to haunt those thoughts. There's your past coming in to try to prohibit you to be better than whatever your past was. So that's another thing. I think a lot of this are women not really being prepared or knowledgeable about how our life goes. And it goes forward, but there are going to be things from your past that you need to cut off. There are going to be things from your past that maybe you need to revisit. There are going to be people from your past that you need to cut off. And when you become a mother, these things need to happen immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. Because now you truly have somebody else to care for, to take care of, and it's not about you anymore. And I think that someone asked, do the parents resent the children? No, I think that they truly didn't think about the decision that they made to actually make a child. Mm-hmm. And now that the child is here, they're not putting their best regards to as a priority. They're putting themselves as a priority because they just can't believe now they have this child to take care of and they're not priority anymore. So they are doing things, they are doing things to make sure that they are still the priority, not facing the reality that their child is now the priority.
Yeah, like my kids are like, they're so top priority that I can't even control it because they're so young. So a lot of my life stems around them.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's about them, around them.
Yeah.
But I do, me and James comes first. I do believe in that because without us ain't no them. But I'm telling you, it's all about them.
Yeah.
Too. So I was gonna say, I lost my train of thought, but I was gonna say something about just the parenting part. We just have to do better. It's hard to do it if you didn't have that growing up. So we have to learn about mental health. And I think there's going to be a show where I have some psychologists in my family that I might have them call in to share some insight about like the mindset growth phase that's happening and what's not happening. And I think one of the shows I'll definitely have that. And it's a needed information that we all don't really know about. We're just living life. So
we got to get out of that. A lot of people are definitely in a fixed mindset. I'll tell you that right now. It's fixed and ain't nobody unfixing it. And you know, I'm a huge advocate for therapy because I had to go to therapy because of the issues that I had when I was younger. But along with therapy, I had God. You know what I mean? And I had to be real with myself. That's why I say at the end of my shows, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. I had to be real with myself and be like, okay, I don't know why these things are happening, but something happened in my life too, right? So I had a event happen in my life to make me question why. For some people, not having another parent is natural to them, and I'm not saying that they don't question why that's the case, but because it's so natural to them that they go along with it. And they allow that to be, well, I ain't have no dad, so you can't tell me nothing. And and it's like, whoa, no. We need to dig a little deeper into that, you know. So therapy, but then God, there were just some things that I wasn't gonna get answers to. There were just some things that the therapist just wasn't gonna say the right thing or give me the right exercise or give me the right, you know, things to go over and exercises to do to really get my mindset right. A lot of things are in your spirit and in your soul and part of who you are and woven in your DNA. And only God knows that. No therapist can pinpoint that for me, you know, or for anyone. God knows us before we're even born. So why wouldn't I go back to the source? Why I would be stupid and dumb not to do that.
Yeah, it changed my life too.
We gotta grow. We have to mature. We have to leave behind childish things, especially when you're gonna produce a child. You got to run from them childish things. Run from them. If you're gonna be fast and you're gonna be grown, embody that. Be grown. Be respectful. Teach respect. Be love. But the silly games, they gotta go. They have to go.
And I do know before I had got married, I was like, yeah, a lot of the stuff that I had gotta go. It has to heal. It has to get answers. All of that. Because when I start this life, my new life, I don't want to talk about this shit no more. I don't want to go through this no more. I ain't trying to have that because I need to move on and have this new life. I have a new name now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking that path with this name. Having kids, I don't want them to even see me like that. I'm a new person. So a lot of us don't even do that part. They just getting married. It's not, like I said, there's married people problems. They just getting married. Like you got to do a lot before you get married. And that's another thing.
Yeah.
Don't just get married to get married. Make sure that you are okay. Your spouse is okay. You guys together are okay because it's two separate things. And then now let's see if I can make that work with God, Bible, the Most High with you. If y'all can make that work together successfully, consistently, then get married. You don't need to rush that.
Yeah.
But thank you all who all have joined our Wednesday call-in 7-ish show. We will be back again next Wednesday with another hot topic. And if you are interested in calling us, make sure you come around 7 and 7:30. We'll always drop that phone number. Make sure you subscribe to the Real Precious channel, which she is in the description as well. And also subscribe to my channel if you're watching from her page. And click on the notification bell, because sometimes a lot of you guys are not receiving the alerts. I'm not sure why, but we're trying to change that.
You have to click the notification bell and hit all, because I think you can personalize it. But you want to make sure that you click all. So whether we post on our community pages on YouTube, because, you know, we can do that. We have the access to do that, whether we're posting posts or surveys or cancellations, you know, you do want to be in the know. So definitely hit the notification bell, but make sure that you hit all.
Hit all, and also on your phone, notification from YouTube. That's another one. You know, make sure that you're receiving that so you don't miss our live. But yes, thanks for joining, and make sure you like this video on your way out. All right, you guys.